Alrighty. It's not like me to stream this time of day, but I'm gonna try anyway. Normally, if I don't make that early morning window, I feel incentivized to give up. I feel like that's not a good thing to incentivize myself to do. So I'm gonna try to kick that habit. Better late than never doesn't go by the YouTube algorithm, but works for me. We were supposed to do something. I was supposed to reload these magazines. Not the ones on the table here, but the ones in my backpack. We also located some more magazines for the JS14. I put them, oh, I would have put them in the new gun display case here, yeah. Just two? Just two, okay. Yeah. Alright. That's two more to work with. Alright. Now I can shoot all of my stockpiles of 556 even faster. Now the way I see it, we're going to the police department. That's one of the biggest targets we're going to be hitting. I'm going to go all out here. Like all out. That means we are going to be doing I'm going to go get the 44 Magnum for medium range engagement. That's right, we have a Magnum with a scope on it. that means I'm going to be using 44 Magnum actively, which is not something I would normally do because I don't normally carry 44 Magnum around in my vehicles. But thanks to the gun store down the road, we've got a few boxes to work with. We'll use it as appropriate. Should be a niche use case, right? We've got the SN38 for close range engagements that are too voluminous to handle with melee, but also not clustered enough for the shotgun. Meanwhile, extremely clustered stuff, we've got the 9mm. So this is just sort of like for plinking somebody across the street that needs to go down before they walk into my street. Hey, Lewis, how's it going? We are late start today, but we're going to get some stuff done. I'm very curious to see how this loadout is going to work for me. We're carrying around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guns right now. We're carrying around 6 guns. That would be the L92 carbine in our backpack, the shotgun in our backpack, the JS14 on our back, the SN38 ankle holster, the whatchamacallits, Magnum in holster left, 9mm holster right. This is something I very rarely do. I think we can make it work. See, you notice how we are weighed down? We're only at stage 1 over encumbrance unless we holster all weapons. If I holster all weapons, I enter stage 2 encumbrance, just due to the sheer number of stuff that I'm carrying. So that just means I need to have a weapon in my hand at all times, otherwise I am burning way too much stamina. I can handle that. Now, a question I have next is if I put one of the backpack guns in my hands, that's probably going to result in me being over encumbered. Yeah, we're stage 2 over encumbrance while I am carrying a gun in my hand that is not the gun on my back. So, keeping that in mind, being over encumbered is not a problem as long as I'm not running constantly. But my combat style usually has me running a lot, so that's why you're going to see me dropping and picking guns up quite a lot once we get into the thick of things here. I'm going to go ahead and get started by wearing the mask. It's probably going to be a little warm for the jacket, but I'm going to try. I think I'm probably going to give up on corpse discipline in the road for now. Hold the phone. What if we shoot at them from an elevated position? What if we shoot at them from an elevated position? Yeah. What if? Same applies before. I drop the extra weaponry if I want to cut trees. Just gonna run back up to base and grab nails because I don't actually have a box here. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to build a staircase up to the top of that building right there. And see how far we can shoot from up there. Because I get a feeling that we'll get a very good shot at the yard. The yard of the police department. Sledgehammer should have been back there anyway. We have distinct possibility that we're going to need it. I think the jacket is going to be too much. Can't even run around a little bit with it on. That's not happening. Four logs and one large branch. That's 13 planks. I would prefer not to take any risks with this place, so I'm not going to force myself to jump over that ledge up there. Got a sledgehammer, I'm using it. Of course, that's also a ledge zombies would flip over when they come up the stairs, but if they manage to get up the stairs in the first place, then I have made a terrible mistake. That is the approach I'm going to take for that. Of course, I could make good tactical use of the stairs. Like, very good tactical use of the stairs. Let's put the carbine on our back and hand carry the rifle. As you can see, we've got an elevated position on everybody down there, but we've got to get a little closer to the edge, and as soon as we do, they'll see us. Hey, you know what? As the sole remaining survivor of Knox County, I am also I am both the legislator and the governor, and therefore, I hereby decree it is no longer illegal for me to enter the police department. All right, here goes nothing. Okay, now that's interesting. I cannot point blank. Okay. That's fine. As long as I can keep an eye on the stairs. They should know how to get to me. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Yeah, that's more like it. Gonna have to be checking over checking over my shoulder like a madman. It seems very inconsistent as to when I can actually shoot them when they're down in front of me there. Ammo check, we're at 6 rounds. This is only a 4x scope. We can't go any higher than that on the JS14. Don't really need any higher than that for this particular part, but yeah. I do like this. I was expecting a little bit more of them to come out, but we can fix that. All we got to do is actually run up there and then pull them out of the building and then run back here. But that actually could bring so much hate on us that we would not want to be standing up here. If nothing else, I really liked the fact that we didn't get affected by the corpse stench upstairs. That was really nice. Hey, Command, how's it going? Due north? Here's something I've been curious about for a while. Let's compare the range of the this is the carbine, the L92, isn't it? This is the L92 carbine, comparing that with a Magnum with a 2x scope. I think they're about the same. But of course, 357 Magnum is 50 bullets to the box. So if damage-wise they're the same, and magazine capacity-wise they're the same, because they're both 6 bullets in the... well, no, this is 10 bullets, never mind. This is slightly higher capacity, and has more bullets to the box. But we've also blown most of the... we've blown most of our 357 stockpile, so... that's not exactly a factor at the moment. We do actually have a stationary target right there. So I can just do a swap for swap like that. And it is looking like the Magnum is a little better. That shouldn't be too big of a surprise. The Magnum, despite being a handgun, it does have a 2x scope on it. Minimum range on the L92 is a little better. Probably would not be a problem if the Magnum didn't have optics. Gonna have a bite to eat. We're in the stink zone, so I haven't been stopping to eat, but we cannot afford to be in stage 2 hunger right now because that is going to take our encumbrance level to stage 2. Overeating a little bit, it's fine. I wonder how hard it is if I want to kill this guy without shooting him. I don't want to switch weapons because then I have to do more clicks. Okay, yeah, we're not doing that again, but good to know. My question that I had in my mind before now was how far up do I have to move before I start pulling them out, before I start pulling big boards out of the building? Because we have not seen anything yet in terms of how much is going to be in there. Keep a moratorium on firearms until we get until we decide when we're actually going to go loud against the larger groups here. I definitely want to say that the building to the south of me there is spawned in, if only because there's a broken window there, but only one broken window? What's going on there? It might not have spawned in yet. Let's get closer and peek inside. That will tell us everything we need to know. Okay, no, it is not spawned in, it just did. If it had spawned in already, there is 0.0 chance that those zombies that are inside right now would have not come outside already. So we just spawned in the police department. And when I say the police department, I mean the entire police department. Unless something has changed in the last couple of patches, which I don't think it has, the police department is a series of 5 buildings that are all connected. And this down here to the south, I believe some sort of legal building, I don't know. Some sort of stapled on law firm that has a sky bridge to the police department. So that's one of 4 buildings that are connected to the main police department. So we just spawned in 5 buildings by getting up to that window. Welcome to Project Zomboid. Strange things happen here. We don't have a lot of, honestly, we don't have a lot of daylight left. It's already 1,740 hours. I don't think I'm gonna actually try to pull the huge groups outside yet. The moment I start shooting again, they're all gonna come outside. All of them. Explore my options here if I wanted to do a elevated fighting position. So we've got a fence back here that'll easily be broken by Zeds. And or myself if I feel like it. Now, there are cheesy options that I have here. I could just park a vehicle in front of the staircase. I could park a vehicle in front of the staircase and make it impossible for the zombies to come upstairs. I don't want to do that. That's a little too gamey even for me. But there are other things I could do. A way up to the roof, but we have multiple exfiltration points. So if we do lose the staircase, maybe a few of them there are escape ropes. I almost never use escape ropes in this game because, well, I don't generally find them to be a good option, but in a situation like this where you could have a huge number of them coming upstairs and you want to fall back, you can see it, yeah. The only reason I start thinking about that now is because, yeah, like I said, we're going to get fatigued any minute now. And I could drink coffee, but that is not going to change the fact that we have a huge ground war ahead of us. Even if I drank coffee and got us fatigued to last for the rest of the daylight, we'd be fighting well into the night if I started pulling the entire buildings here. Basically, we're on a firearm moratorium anywhere until anywhere back here, anywhere but beyond this point, because gunshots from here and beyond will pull the building itself. Well, at least we figured out, we got our bearings. Let's put it that way. We got our bearings. You know, something I probably need to figure out sooner rather than later. Which one of these layers do I need to lose to stop being hot? Because being hot like that means I'm wasting water. Sweating a lot, meaning I have to drink a lot, meaning I get thirsty and I need to refill my water a lot. It's kind of annoying. This long sleeve t-shirt is probably my layer with the highest insulation right now. T-shirt layer is a bit hard to fill with anything that has long sleeves. I mean, I think long sleeve t-shirt is one of the only options that actually reaches down to the forearm. I don't think I have my white knight armor with me at the moment. If I did, I could probably just wear the forearm guards and call it a day. Yeah, see this regular t-shirt right here? Its insulation levels are a little lower than the long sleeve t-shirt. Now, alternatively, something... Okay, now here's something that I never even really thought about. I have not given serious consideration to crafted metal armor since the update that changed the fact that armor increases stress instead of unhappiness. The big change there is that if I'm killing zombies fast enough, stress is not a factor, ever. I just have to keep killing them, right? So, as with my typical armor policy, as long as we don't put it on until we're fighting big fight, it's probably a lot more viable. So I actually am considering driving straight back to Jericho right now and building myself a coat of plates. The coat of plates would slow my combat speed a little bit, and it would be extremely uncomfortable, but that's 100% chest protection at 0 insulation cost. So all these extra layers that I'm wearing that are pumping up my insulation, we could get rid of all of them. Things to consider, because you see, I'm already very uncomfortable. Very, very little would change at this point, just because I have to wear the mask everywhere. Otherwise, I'm getting sick. So, things to think about. You know what? I want to keep my options open. That's one of the things that I'm always a big fan of, is just keeping all my options open. I'm gonna spend the evening hour. We're gonna go to Jericho. We're gonna make a coat of plates. And if we are gonna go to Jericho, I believe we have one of these step vans that needs to go back with us. That's also an opportunity to pick up a couple of cartons of 44 Magnum. Theoretically, yeah. You should just be able to break it in and get used to it. Like they give us regularity when it comes to exercises. There should just be regularity when it comes to wearing certain armor types. Once you wear it enough, you're good. right? Theoretically. Whatever. So we've got about 100 encumbrance worth of stuff here. Rather, 100 encumbrance of stuff we could fit. Yeah. Well, also, I guess you could think about it this way. People probably were pretty stressed on the battlefield during the Crusades. And in this game, stress doesn't really mess you up in melee combat. So stress in that context, I guess. I mean, what stress does in this game is, like, the only thing that I care about is it makes you whatchamacallit, makes you impossible to shoot right. But if you're not shooting, if you're just doing melee, I don't know. I shouldn't be trying to cope for the devs. I should not be giving them ammo. They don't need it. Carry water for these guys and they'll drown you with it. I think I left my gun on the ground again. Driving caused stress update. Oh, man. Yeah, I did. Maybe this is why I shouldn't stream in the afternoons. No, I think we're going to be alright, but I just want to... I feel like I'm going insane. What did I do with that, JS14? Didn't leave it in my inventory, so it's definitely on the floor somewhere. I'll have to be a lot less cavalier with dropping the weapon if I can't simply keep track of where I dropped it. Well, if I had dropped it on the floor somewhere around here, I would be able to see it. Imagine just dropping a gun. That might be a problem of me having too many. I was never designed to have this many guns. I usually like to have a preferred kit of like 4, and that's it. Now we have 6. Right around here where I remember having it last. I am about to just check. I'm about to just scrub back in the stream and find out. As the one slight advantage. One slight advantage to live streaming when I would normally just be playing is that I can actually just go back in time and see where I did. I'm just about ready to do that because otherwise I'm just going to keep looking for it and I might not find it. Last place I could think is maybe under the canopy here. Didn't drop it and accidentally leave it in the vehicle parts pile, did I? Or any of the trunks. Okay, yeah, I need to find it. I need to find it, and if I keep looking for it, I might not. Let's go back in time. We'll send us back in time. All I need to do is look in the top left where my, whatchamacallit, where my, icons are for what's in my hand. Okay, so at negative 14 minutes, we're still carrying it, of course. Aha! Yeah, okay. I see. Yep, I did the thing. I don't know if I would have found that if I couldn't go back in time. Useful. Now that tells me right there that IRL, I probably should have ingested more caffeine this morning. That was one of the reasons I was late. I was just really sluggish working at my regular morning tasks at work, and it ended up just spiraling a bit. But such things are such things can be dealt with. Now, we are going back to Jericho, and we are going to build ourselves. Well, actually, I'm gonna build a coat of plates, but there's other chest pieces that I do not remember the trade-offs for. I never really looked at them too deeply because, you know, obviously I was like, oh well, all this discomfort, then screw it. But now that discomfort is a little bit less of something that just completely debilitates you, I feel a little bit better about trying to work with it. You see, originally when I picked up all this orange furniture, I was going to take it back to Jericho and make a living room kind of like this in Jericho. But, no, I ended up deploying it here, and I actually kind of like it. So we'll have to do something else at Jericho. But now is not the time for that thing. Now is the time for checking to see what other perishables I'm going to pick up when I go back to Jericho. Rabbit meat's an easy one. Rabbit meat, some greens, probably cabbage if I have any left. I mean, after a certain point, we're going to run out of cabbage, and then we have a little bit of carrots, and then it's just going to be potatoes and rabbit meat. Yeah, threaten me with a good time. I mean, those are two pretty easy essentials right there. I do like variety, though. Really close to another carton of shoddy back here. Let's fix that before we go to sleep. There are a few cartons that I should have packed by now. Just one box from back here, and we can make a nice shotgun. .38 special. We're close to another one. Do we need another in here? Sure. Okay. So that's what we'll do for the evening. We'll pack some cartons and take some of them back to Jericho and leave the rest for use around here. Yeah, that's, well, nails are not a problem at the moment, but, a yellow generator would probably be good. Because we have a red one right now, and yellow is always better for long term. The second van in this lot is completely empty. It's the first van that we're loading up. Gonna go ahead and get our first sleep. And then I think we have our order of operations. Did I not click the button? Hello. There we go. That took... Okay. That took a surprisingly long amount of time for us to actually get to sleep after clicking the button. I wonder if that's a symptom of just being that close to the Louisville PD after waking up the building. Interesting. So to back up a little bit and explain, if it wasn't clear from what I was talking about before, to back up just a little bit and explain what's going on with my armor. My protection levels to the upper body are mid at the moment. Usually they're about 40% higher than what you see right now, because usually I can afford to wear a military jacket. It is now May 15th. Spring is upon us. If I wear a military jacket, even for light work running around base, I am sweating buckets, and I am basically just throwing away water by doing that. There's only so much water I can carry around with me. So alternatives are, of course, there's armor that you can wear that will be extremely uncomfortable, but also won't have any insulation innately. A lot of the articulated metal armor is like that. So we have a couple of uncooked roasts here already. I predict we'll bring like 5 pumpkins back with us. Something like 5 pumpkins. Because pumpkins, what they basically are, they're almost seasoning, right? What I can do is just smash the pumpkin or slice it. Slicing it is best. You turn a single pumpkin into 10 slices, each of them worth 4 hunger. So pumpkins are more or less just substantive seasoning. Makes your food give you more happies when you eat it. So we can get a lot of mileage out of a single pumpkin that way. So yeah, rabbit meat, a little bit more potato. Obviously, whatever eggs have been laid and left on the floor at the chicken coop. That's a pretty dead giveaway right there. Yeah. Don't have to overthink this too much. We'll just head back and see what we can get. Now, another thing, of course, is I don't know how nasty the supply line's going to be. It could be nasty. It could be very nasty. There's only one way to find out. We're gonna drive up to North Star and see if there's any more cosmetic furniture we want to bring back, because we do have another 100 encumbrance in the trunk of this bad boy. I'm probably going to do different routes to get in and out of North Star, because we're gonna have respawns all over the place up there. That is just the game we're playing right now. I am getting closer and closer to the breaking point where I just turn respawns off, because, you know, now that respawns are disabled by default in Apocalypse, I should not be feeling any shame. I should just turn it off, because that's the default now. Yet there's this thing in the back of my brain that's like, no, the devs didn't tell you to turn it off. Don't do it then. I shouldn't be that way. I shouldn't be that way. It's not helping me. It's not creating a more compelling viewing experience for my viewers, I don't think, either. And so I'm getting a little closer to that point. But I'm still not quite there yet. I'll let you guys know how I feel about that at some point. We do have some mahogany furniture here. In one of the boxes, and all over the place, too. These mahogany stools. Mahogany... We don't need any bar stuff because we have a lovely bar already. Honestly, these black leather seats with the mahogany baseboard would do a nice synergy with the black carpeting of the bar, and the fact that the bar is right next to the kitchen. We could do some mahogany furniture in the kitchen. So we got this transition effect from the bar area to the kitchen area. I'm feeling it. If the devs jumped off a bridge, would you? No. But I would probably pull out my phone and record them. No, I'd be that guy trying to talk them out of it. Because I don't think it's worth it, ever. If we were going to do a clinic, we've already put most of the... Oh, it's all over here. Exam bench, morgue table. That's some hefty stuff. And like a doofus, I don't have my military backpacks. Or my extra ones, rather. Unlike a doofus, or actually also like a doofus, I didn't finish looting the military surplus store, so there's some backpacks we could take off the shelf right around the corner. So, we're not limited by storage size here. Mahogany furniture is stored right there. Alright, so I will go steal a couple of, backpacks. And, we'll hand carry some extra stuff back with us when we run out of room. Worst case scenario, I'll just leave it behind. Don't have to spend too much time organizing it, because we do have an order of operations to follow. Oh, look at that. 3 military backpacks. Hell yeah. You know, does I wonder, does a spork make it so that you can eat fork-related food faster and spoon-related food faster? Because if so, then I actually probably should be carrying that around instead of a fork. I'll try that sometime. I already didn't know that carrying around a fork makes you eat your roasts faster, but it does. I will actually take some military clothing here as pajamas. As silly as that sounds, whenever I have a base with a washing machine and I want to run my laundry, I need to wear something so that I don't catch a cold. And green camo military gear is high insulation. Oh, there's an entire pair of long johns right there, too. Alright, we're out of here. I can now say with a straight face that the military surplus store here is 110% completely empty. And I just remembered that Jericho still does not have a trash can in the kitchen. And we're fixing that. This time we're fixing it, boys. This time, Jericho will have a trash can in the kitchen. We're doing great things here today. Alright, we're going to go ahead and catch a sleep. And I'm more or less going to be set for a good commute back. As a knight about to go into battle, I need a potion cellar. You're right, I do. My castle here is definitely lacking artisans to set up in each of the little cubbies there. All right, so we've got yellow furniture and then a dark table. Dark tables are actually something I don't currently have and might need to. So we're going to grab that. And then in here we've got the mahogany stuff I was thinking about earlier. The trunk of the van is now full. Let's see if there's anything that can be consolidated there. Passenger seat already full. Glove pretty much full. Okay, so as I predicted, it's a good thing that we have handbags. So I will now carry by hand 2 military backpacks and load up one of them with the contents of this crate and another one with the contents of a crate that we have not assembled yet. We'll take a look around real quick. I saw some game room furniture, arcade machine and whatnot, and that caught my eye, but it's very low priority. We'll do that only if there's nothing else at the moment. This is Value Tech TV. I want to Premium Tech. Premium Tech is better. Nothing else in any of these other containers, and this was definitely, that was all mostly throwaway stuff. Narrow, low mahogany. This is mahogany, isn't it? This is this cabinet. It's just called China cabinet. I'm gonna put this down real quick, put the table down, compare it. That's really close. That's really close. I feel like the China cabinet is just a little bit less saturated in the red. I'm not gonna, but I don't have the inventory space to be thinking about it. The China cabinet right now. That is very heavy. This would not be a bad bookshelf, but these are kind of small. I kind of like these shelves for specific niche uses because it looks like you can only put them on walls. But if I'm not mistaken, you can just put these anywhere, and I think they don't block light. Well, I can't see right now while we're outside, but I think that one of the problems that I have with normal bookshelves is they block light, and they look really stupid because of it. So these bookshelves are actually kind of superior in my mind. I think we've got our furniture shipment. Yeah, we've definitely got our furniture shipment. Actually, no, I can afford that. Yeah, sure. I'm not going to worry about the exam bench and the morgue table. We can come back for that if I actually want it, because that is that's an entire bag's worth. Meanwhile, we can fit that, and then a little bit more if needed. About 10 more. Look at that. Weighs 10. See, if we want arcade machines like these here, there are many other places to find them that are probably closer to Jericho than here. We're looking for things that are going to be a little bit more tedious to collect. That is how I feel about it currently. Should have just parked beyond the yellow line so we can close the gates. I do need to grab some food and water before we head out. Alright, so on our way back, we are going to drive past, we're going to go ahead and drive back past the gas station base, so I can drop off that, the military gear that I picked up, and then we are on our way back to Jericho from there. We'll test the supply line direct from the gas station, see if it still works right. No reason it shouldn't, but respawns. We also are going to leave these two forced camo military backpacks that we picked up. We're going to go ahead and leave them here. There's I could foresee a few circumstances where I could need an extra one, especially on the way back. So we'll leave those here, and that should free up enough room in our backpack. We can take some of these guns that we don't actually have back at Jericho back with us. Well, just a L94 rifle, and then how about a carbine as well? Perfect. Okay. Loaded for bear. Heading on out. Now, this road was not supposed to be one that was cleared as a part of the supply line, but we cleared it anyway. Wait a minute. Actually, I didn't clear it beyond that corner, and I didn't need to. Chill Counter-Strike spinoff. And now we get to see how bad it is. Do I get to keep the green arrows on the map? Or do we need to maybe turn them into yellow arrows so there is no yellow? We only have, like, good colors, like green and blue. And then we have the bad color, red, but we don't have anything in between. Black is a very neutral color. I demand more colors for the map. More pen colors, as it were. I know there's not yellow pens in the game, but maybe there's a yellow highlighter or something. Yeah, look at that. I mean, the fact that we managed to take that corner without pulling massive groups of them is okay, but that's not going to last forever. So part of our route is Chapel Mount Downs here, so I don't care about respawns in this parking lot, because there is plenty of room to go around them. But what about the highway beyond? Easier to go around the correct way here. Of course, then there's this silly street corner here that we did this. I can't blame the respawns for this. We did this. We got out of the vehicle and we started shooting a little bit, and we brought a lot of people out of that neighborhood. I did that. Yeah. That's not the respawns, that's me. That's okay though. We don't actually have to use that intersection. There are many ways to go in this general direction here. Jericho is just the next turn here. Beautiful forest right now. It's finally coming out of the white, pink, and bare, and now going into white, pink, and green. We're about a month and a half away from our 2-year anniversary. Hello. If I go too far, we're going to dump. Oh, right. I didn't actually bring any of the ammo that I was thinking about. That's okay. I was thinking about taking some of the ammo back so that I could consolidate into these trucks, but there's no point. Ammo should be going forward at this point, not coming back. So, I'm going to back the truck straight up to where we're going to put the whiskey. There is a reason I left one of these shelves completely empty, and that is because it was entirely dedicated to whiskey. It wasn't just because Scarlet Oak either, because I know there's other resources where this game will just drown you in whiskey. We're going to fill up that entire shelf, and we'll probably still have a little bit of whiskey left. That will go to the... Really? Okay. We actually should have done that the other way around. Yeah, whiskey should go where the clears currently are, so we're going to swap that. And then here's a... We've had one, yes. What about second whiskey? Beautiful. Okay. That's the alcohol sorted. And it's a little early, but the music is already dead, so I'm going to go ahead and fire up the playlist. I do not know how long it's going to be before we get more combat going on here. So I figure the mahogany furniture is going to go somewhere in the kitchen-ish area. I should probably get straight in my mind here how much space needs to be reserved for through traffic. That feels like a pretty good extent. So maybe like we're doing an arc with radio points somewhere like where I'm standing here in the edge of those seats. Yeah, we basically just a diagonal line from like this. That is the extent of what needs to remain drivable for sure. Now, I've never done a base with diagonal floor changes. I don't like the way this game doesn't give the player very many options for diagonal shifts of any sort of floor tile. The devs give themselves that. There's half tiles on the vertical axis, but we don't get to do that. You could convert. Oh, good. Yeah. I mean, if you couldn't before, but you could this time, that's a very good thing. I think you did mention at one point that your save did get broken. Your save got broken. Did it. I'm just gonna create a duffel bag full of spare shoes here. I do plan to do laundry somewhere on this side of the base, but never actually got around to establishing infrastructure for that. So we'll want some spare boots for that. I'm putting like everything memorabilia related, including items in this one. Even with these big crates, that's not going to last, but I suppose I can deal with it for now. We've got enough dice for a truly hearty game night here. 10-sided, 12-sided, 20-sided, 4-sided, 6-sided, 8-sided percentile. What I'm really mad about is that we don't have a 9-sided dice, because it is a thing, and without 9-sided dice, I cannot have a move that requires my players to roll 69. And damn it, I gotta have that. It's mandatory. Can hear the game's music again. It's very quiet though. It's the indoor variants. Honestly, these indoor variants get a little old after a while when you're in your own base. There be two of the new guns that took me a lot of effort to locate. You have a mole trailer in your base? That's not good. KTO, are you aware if a spork is something that will increase the eating speed of both something like a soup and a stir fry? Because I feel like that's a niche that it should fill, but I don't. I'm still new to this whole eating utensil thing. I've spent so long as a caveman that I have no idea. Just changes the animation. Really? That's silly. It should be faster. It feels faster. It feels much faster. Where did I get the idea that it was faster? I feel like I just saw it and it made sense. I don't know. I could be gaslighting myself on that. Wouldn't be the first time. Alright, yeah, I'm done going back and forth with the game's music. If it just wants to stop, and then start, and then stop, and then... it gets really old after a while. Just pick a lane, guys. Just pick a lane. Okay, so we did want to bring back some perishable food with us. Let's establish a garbage bag, or a duffel. Let's just use a duffel. Use a duffel bag and establish perhaps one whole chicken and 20 taters. Rest of the garlic in this fridge. And let's go find some greens and some meats. There is a turkey. I'm going to save that for Thanksgiving. So we do still have watermelons and strawberries hanging out, so fruit salads are not off the menu. I'm going to save some of those for when it's a lot hotter in the summer, so I can make me some fruit salads that also replenish thirst. That will help with the water situation when we start. There will be times where we're going to be sweating heavy even if we don't have any insulation. That can and will happen. City famous about the horses. Interesting. I have never been to Louisville in person. It is something I would like to do someday. Not with any particular... I wouldn't say it's like something that's on my bucket list, but yeah, I'd definitely like to do it. You know, at some point, I am probably going to be forced to replace the witch hat. Insulation. The witch hat actually does have a little bit more insulation. Wait a minute, that might be the same. Never mind. I think the witch hat is actually the same insulation as the whatchamacallit, is the baseball hat. It's just that the witch hat also has wind resistance, which that's not a bad thing. I don't mind wind resistance in addition to. We now have workout stations at our base and the field base. It's great. Okay, so we came back here thinking about armor. Allow me to regale you with my regalia. We've got right here what I call the White Knight kit. Forearm armor. Upside, great protection. Downside, discomfort, somewhat noticeable combat speed modifier. And it also blocks your watch. And I've never wanted to ever have to deal with that. But I would like to just show off the whole kit here. I think both of those bandanas came out to be black ones. Okay. The White Knight set. I like it. It's not bad. I've never... Ooh, that is noticeable. That is noticeable right there. Yeah. 1,000. That's almost a second between swings. I'm going to take it back off, and we're going to try that one more time. That's much, much, much faster. Yep, I do not think we will ever wear the White Knight set. That is literally just a meme. And that's okay, I don't mind memes, but that means we are looking for something that is not a meme now. So we've got in our kit here, one of our mini kits, we've got some aramid thread, some buttons, needle, some regular thread, and we should have most of the other tools we need. I'm going to take these bath towels because we're going to need them at some point. Question of when, not if. Now, let's go to our forge here. After a while, let me put this, this Shema is always part of the White Knight kit. There it is, Shema. I picked that Shema for the kits there specifically because it's a white with a little bit of blue in it. So you get a little bit of a white transition over to the blue with the blue hat. But let's look at armor. So metal helmet to metal mask are both never possible for me because I have to wear glasses. I've tried combat without glasses a couple times, never again. It just doesn't work. So coat of plates, this is what I was talking about before. I think coat of plates is the best chest piece that can be built. I don't think there's any qualifiers to that statement. I think it is the best. that can be built, and the best in general. Metal body armor is different, that has a lower level requirement, and I think there's a few more trade-offs. I do not know exactly what those trade-offs are. I remember looking at them at one point and being like, nah, the coat of plates is better. It may have something to do with bullet protection, as in metal body armor might actually be like closer to bullet protection, while coat of plates is better for melee combat. But regardless, your protection meter still does not track bullet protection because, well, who's going to be shooting at you, right? We're going to need some leather strips over here, more than we already have. Shoulder armor is never a thing. I'm pretty sure all shoulder armor still blocks your backpack slot, and I'm never dealing with that, ever. We will wear a backpack or we will not be playing Project Zomboid. I really wish mousing over the output showed you the stats. I'm actually really mad that it doesn't. We're looking in the crafting menu. We should be able to mouse over the output and it should show us the stats of what we're trying to build. Because that would let me tell at a glance if something has changed between now and when we played Annie. On Annie, I made a copy of literally everything in that list, just to see what it can do. And, well, needless to say, I was disappointed by most of it. We are going to need a shipment of charcoal, because we have a little bit in there, but it will get cooked off really fast. I don't even think we have enough to actually make a coat of plates in and of itself, so we are going to go and acquire some logs. This is also going to help open up our supply line out of Jericho towards the railroad track. I left that step van running because of course I did. Let's deal with that. I think it's mostly emptied. Whatever isn't emptied is mostly furniture, or let's get this generic loot on the floor over there, and then we can say we're done with emptying this, except for the furniture, which, yeah, we'll just leave it back here in the corner. I don't remember exactly what those pillows were for. Some of them probably should have just stayed in the truck. Can have a few extra on my bed for the moment, until we figure out what to do with them. Alright, going outside, cutting some wood. So killing whoever that is. Where are you going? I'm right here, bitch. Get out of my base. I know it's pretty. Sorry, you're not allowed in. You know those treehouse signs where the bad handwriting that says no girls allowed? No zombies allowed. Well, we're back here. We'll check for anybody else. So right now my target is at least a coat of plates and one of those articulated arm pieces. Not two, I don't think. I'm gonna make one. I'm gonna look at the stats, and if I like what I see, maybe I'll make another one. If I don't like what I see, we're gonna stick with one. So what I like to do is sort of like the half armor thing, because I need to have a watch on. Having a watch on is more important to me than an extra 10 or 20% fight protection on my arm. So I only need a watch on one arm, so I don't have to have watches on both. So that is, we can do it like that. Half and half, as it were. We're going to check around these trees before we start cutting. Last thing we want is a luchador where we end up accidentally letting a zombie wander right through a tree and bite us. I do not approve. So we want to be able to drive straight from our base into the tracks. So, yeah, we'll start with these trees right here, these 4. 800 worth of guns and ammo to Rosewood. Assuming you're organized, that is the step van's 237, right? Sorry. I should have memorized this by now. 247, not 237, 247. You don't have a step van with a trunk? Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss. Yeah, that would be 4 trips if you had a perfect step van. So, I mean, that gives you some leeway. If you find a step van, doesn't have to be perfect. That's about 4 trips. But yeah, let's get started with this here. Two trailers. Well, 2 trailers is, that sounds like some throwaway vehicles are warranted. 1d6 with a 130 truck. That's... I mean, you could be worse off. Could be worse off. Honestly, 2 trailers, it's better than I had for a very long time. Definitely. I mean, I would never have gone on a looting operation like that personally without the best I could find. I mean, that being said, it's been a little while since the best I could find was good stuff early game. So if I put the charcoal burner right there, then we only have to move these logs a little bit. Okay. I suppose it was a bit presumptive to take the rope out. We probably don't need the rope. It behooves me to remember that we can access a crafting station such as a charcoal burning barrel from up to 2 tiles away. So we can stand right there and we can access it and burn everything that's on the floor right there. That is something I should keep in mind. We should have more than a full trunk here. 0 of the new guns. But we finally, just at the end of last stream, we found some of the new ones. The whatchamacallit, the L92, I believe, is the only one that I truly like. JS14 is good, but there's still that ever-present caveat of the fact that it's 20 bullets to a box, and it's a platform that's shooting bullets at 4 times scope instead of 8 times scope. And so, as much as I do love the JS14, it's not bad at all. In fact, I think it's competitive with the M16. But, at the end of the day, I could be shooting zombies from twice as far away with that same platform. And with the same caliber. And it just, I don't know. I'm so obsessed with range. I'm so obsessed with range. Because if I want something that's not as long range, I would just use something that literally can't go as long range. Okay, so we got a full trunk and then a little bit left over. Perfect. I'm going to move the charcoal burner to where we'll do our next burn later. And that would be all the way up here, so we're not quite done cutting a hole through the forest. Actually, I think we might be. No, there's like one tree right there. Yeah, there's like... If I cut those 2 trees right there... It's not a very clean road, but it's a road. We can now get straight to the railroad from Jericho. Excellent. Just move that over there. Like I said, I really hate those tall trees, making it harder to see. But it works. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, also, you know, just for getting out and killing zombies real quick, when you're on the road. Now, of course, there's also the paradigm that I still am not yet, I'm not yet acquainted with this. When respawns get turned off when we start a new character. Or if I actually cave and maybe turn them off myself. Either or. At some point, respawns are going to get turned off, and suddenly the notion of having to hop out of my vehicle and constantly plink targets at potentially long range, I won't be forced to do that anywhere near as often. So there's a bit of calculus in flux, as it were. So we want to place the truck so that the tires are in sync with these things we left on the floor here. Just like that. That ensures it's in the correct position. So my sword is due for a reforge. I'm going to go ahead and do that. We should still have a fair few replacement swords back at our forward base. So this should be the only sword I need to do. Oh, the hunting knife has taken a few hits. I feel like that happened faster than I was expecting. But we have plenty of replacement knives here. Do not yet have to actually make any. Where did the other one go? There you are. So we can reforge the sword by using the others, the one that was halfway broken. Use its blade as a resource to make a new sword. fresh sword. And it is now bedtime. We'll sleep, and then overnight we'll get started on our coat of plates. The materials for that are going to be some more leather strips, and then some... we'll need to bring in some steel sheets from outside. We have some steel sheets that are, I think they removed the, you used to have to, like, take small steel sheets and turn them into a, like an armor plating thing. I think they removed that. Like, there was a middleman material. So let's check that here. Yeah, it only requires a steel sheet small times 12, so we definitely need to go. I believe we can split metal sheets at the forge, which is a better idea than using welding, because welding is, that blows your propane, and your propane is finite. Yeah, we want to split these with blacksmithing. I can always go outside, get more charcoal, but someday we are going to run out of propane, even if that is going to be a little while. So 6 steel sheets. We just want to split 4 of them. The others are for leftovers. Buckles. I know I have some buckles somewhere, but I probably have not centralized them anywhere. Buckles are not hard to make. So we have a couple of leather strips in here, but we're actually out of strips in the fallback bag here. So we might need some more leather strips from one of these things. We have some leather stuff in here that's broken that I was either going to fix or scrap. And I think we are now in the scrap phase. Because we're literally wearing... Well, we're not wearing them, but we have other leather pants. Okay, that barely got us anything. Damn it. Looks like we have 2 Barrel Dogs vests. So I'm going to rip one of them. Except that just gets me denim. Well, that's stupid. I don't want denim. Well. Am I gonna have to go kill some zombies and go steal leather from them? We actually should have a fair bit of leather at our destination at the Ford base, because we recently harvested leather to add padding. I did not think I was going to need to bring leather back here, because I thought I had enough. Perhaps that was some hubris on my part. Let me check a couple of my... Is there anywhere else I would have leather right now? I'm looking at this place and I'm not thinking about... I mean, I'm also looking at the animals. Chickens do not get you leather, and any leather I would get from killing an animal would require me to dry it, which that's 7 days to dry. 7 days to dry, get it? There may be some leather clothing in one of my neighboring houses. That is a bit of a shot in the dark, but I'll just take a quick peek. I do believe the ones closest to the building here are safe enough to just run on in and take a look. While armed, of course. We have never cleared the streets out in front of this place. I don't know if I ever will, because there's not much of a need. anything that is in the streets will eventually come through the buildings because of the noise I make back at base. Malady? Malady? It's a shame that there is, I think there's a black fedora, but I don't know if I've ever seen one in this character. If I have, it's probably just gotten dumped into Riverside somewhere. Belt. That's an easy thing, I almost forgot. We also need buckles, so that gets us, PSA. Belt is clean leather strips and a buckle. Easy peasy. I really wish we, speaking of 7 Days to Die, I wish we had leather couches in this game that we could disassemble. See, like this couch right here? Clearly it looks like it's leather, made out of leather. Disassembling it with high-level carpentry should at least get us a strip or two. Whatever, I'm mad about it. Lights. That's not a bad idea, Lewis. I might grab a couple. Another belt. Hell yeah. I was looking for coats, but I will absolutely take a couple more belts, and then we're actually good to go. In mind that we have yellow furniture here. Yellow furniture. Hell, china cabinet. We have a china cabinet right next to base if I want china. Right about china. Take china, 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 china. Pancake mix. I know I already had some somewhere, but I'm always down for more. That may actually be enough. We needed four buckles, so one more belt if we can find it. But either way, I'm gonna sleep in that room tonight. It's actually got a pillow. Cannot rip apart shoes. Hunt for one more belt. One more thing, Jackie. Imagine not having a dresser in your own bedroom. Just a bookshelf times 2. There we go. Alright, that should do it. We'll have our coat of plates. Watch us be like short 1 or 2. Ooh, prescription aviator glasses. We're already wearing them, but we have no backup pairs. Now we do. We also brought home some bookshelves just like this one, but that did not include a corner piece. I have no idea if I need a quarter piece, but it's right in front of me. All I gotta do is take it across the street. I will forget about that if I don't, so that is worth it. I have been mulling over doing some of this black and white tile as like a transition between the white tile of the main floor and the black carpet up here, and maybe even some other stuff over here that we'll have black flooring with. What do they do? They're prescription. We take the trait short-sighted, which, let me just show you. If I take the glasses that I'm wearing, if I take them off, where is it? They're there. If I take them off, observe what happens to my visibility. As somebody who wears glasses in real life, I can tell you this is 100% accurate. This is exactly what happens if you have prescription glasses and you take them off. This is lore accurate right here. As realistic as it gets. But yeah, we have to wear prescription glasses of some kind. Just have to have the word prescription in front of it. There's nothing more complicated like there is in real life. Don't have to deal with prescription numbers or anything like that. Or God forbid your whatchamacallit, your prescription expiring so that the optical cartel refuse to give you any more glasses until you have another appointment and pay them more money. I almost said dental cartel. That's a different cartel. Yes, yeah, prescription only matters with the trait. Actually, I have no idea if it does anything without the trait. In real life, it should actually make it harder to see if you don't have the trait. Oh, the furniture is in my hands. So if I wanted to make a corner bookshelf somewhere, we could easily do so, and it wouldn't block lighting. Things to keep in mind. We picked up some funsy stuff, putting that into the funsy bin, get it out of the way. Alright, coat of plates coming right up. And that only required 6 leather strips, so we have enough leather strips for another piece of armor or 2. Forget the exact numbers required. But yeah, this is where we needed the 4 buckles, so we kind of lucked out by finding those 4 belts. We got the strips we needed, we got the buckles we needed. That was 30% longer than a sword. So we definitely took our time making that. And we dropped it on the floor because it's so heavy. So, coat of plates, no insulation. That is a very important thing. Bite defense 80, scratch defense 90. Covers just the chest. Run speed modifier, small. Combat speed modifier, very, very small. So let's put that on and run around a little bit. We don't look too different, visually speaking. We look about the same. Coat of plates is a good match for leather pants and our tactical black and our witch hat, all by design. All by design. And our protection levels for the chest, upper and lower torso, 100 and 100. It is fantastic. So this is going to be a permanent kit in our stuff going forward. Now here's a question. How many layers can I afford to take off from my top? Okay, so I need to wear one of those 3 that I just took off. Either the Hawaiian shirt or the medical scrubs. We're probably doing Hawaiian shirt. Hawaiian shirt is, I think, less insulation. Let me check this. But if I think it's the same insulation, but it might be... What are the scrubs? Both of them are full, whatchamacallit, like full forearm reach. Oh, no, the Hawaiian shirt is not forearm reach. Okay, so we are sacrificing the Hawaiian shirt and just the scrubs. And that brings our torso back up to 100%. So, yeah, that makes sense. All right. Now that leaves our forearms, obviously. Left forearm and right forearm. 40%, 50%. Let's look into something we can do about that. So there is forearm armor and then full metal forearm armor. Those are the 2 options. I'm going to try one, but for that I need more buckles. So we are going to make a couple more buckles. Just needs a iron or steel piece. Yeah, so those are the only 2 options. Forearm armor or full metal forearm armor. Okay, so this does come with some insulation. That being said, it's insulation that doesn't hit the chest. The chest and the head are your venting points, so yeah, I don't care that much about insulation on the chest. Look at that, forearm up to 100%. What did that cost me in terms of... a very small combat speed modifier. That's not bad. I might actually do that. Now, upper arms are always going to be a problem. Getting upper arms without a sleeve sort of solution, I don't know if it's even possible. Shoulder armor is where it goes, but shoulder armor will block your backpack slot. At least I'm 99.9% sure that it blocks your backpack slot. I feel like it would literally be a waste of leather strips for me to try to make one and find out about that. And yet I want to. I don't know. I might do it. I might do it. We are quite hungry. We're going to have something to eat real quick. Do we need to gain weight? Yes, we need to gain weight. Doing something easy here. Alternatively, we also have tailoring and carving. We do a search for the word shoulder. I'm pretty sure every single thing here will make it so that we can't wear a backpack. That's what I'm about 89% sure. And I mean, it's like almost everything here requires a leather strip anyway, so it would be a waste. It would be a waste just to give it a shot. So I don't want to be wasting leather strips right now. So we didn't actually find anything with leather strip on it, did we? Hang on a second. This feels like a really stupid question. But if you have holes in clothing, does that remove the insulation on that layer? That I feel like this is a very I feel like that shouldn't be the case. I feel like that shouldn't be the case. But we can find out. So we've got our temperature here, and it shows our insulation levels. This is what I like to see for summer. We want insulation on the chest to be as low as humanly possible. Head should be right there too, but the witch hat, for the sake of styling, if I take the witch hat off, look at that, head is nice and cold too. Honestly, the witch hat is probably making us hotter than anything else we're wearing right now, but it, so that is fascinating. Are you telling me that the meta for getting arm protection without accidentally over-insulating your core is to intentionally wear something that has holes in the chest? I'm going to try it. We have a leather jacket right here, and it's completely broken. I think there's a hole in all of the slots except for the back. Damn it. Actually, okay, so I'm going to put that away. I think we have another leather jacket. Barrel dogs. What has this got holes in? 6 slots. Lower torso. Damn, okay. I don't even see back on this list. Yeah, back isn't even on this list. Okay, so let's take that other leather jacket then, and we're going to repair the arms, and just the arms. I can't believe I'm fucking doing this. The thing about this that I suppose would make me the angriest if it actually worked is that we can't selectively cut holes in things. We would have to find something that already has the holes in it. You would think a level 10 tailor would be able to selectively cut holes in things, or maybe even, I don't know, like rip the sleeves off so it's like assless chaps except for your arms. Oh, can I patch these holes using rags? No, that doesn't fully repair it. Okay, so we do need to use our leather strips. So if we do this, there's no going back. We only have 4 leather strips right now. Yeah, this is worth it for science. Okay, so upper torso, lower torso, and neck do not have, or they have holes in them. So let's see what happens to our insulation when we put this on. Okay, we got a little bit of insulation on the chest. I saw the color change. So chest is now 0.3. If I take this back off, chest is 0.25. Okay, so it is very minimal. Let's compare that change to the arms. So arms are currently 1.02. We put the jacket on. Arms are now 1.65. Okay, so the insulation, there's like a teeny bit. There's a teeny bit. There's a teeny bit, and that's fine. That is perfectly fine. I can't believe that I might actually be doing this. So in conjunction with that, we wear the coat of plates over our chest, which the coat of plates, as you can see, literally has 0 insulation. Or, well, okay, so it brought us from 0.25 to 0.35, so it has a tiny bit of insulation. But theoretically, with our chest and our head completely vented right now, we shouldn't be getting that hot, theoretically. But now there's another problem where I need to get some leather strips onto the arms of this thing so that we can have the forearms and the upper arms protected. I can't believe that this is... I cannot fucking believe that worked. That is fucking wild. That's absolutely fucking wild. But that also means that we're going back to black. We're going back to full black. So we are checking for... Do I have elbow pads? I'd better have elbow pads somewhere here. If I don't have elbow pads, I'm going to be thoroughly embarrassed. I think I'm very thoroughly embarrassed right now. I mean, yeah, so... okay, so what do we really get for this? We just spare ourselves having to carry around a little bit more water. So that's really what we're winning here, like a, you know, a galaxy brain way of saving a little bit of water, right? I mean, you know, reasonable people would just take a couple of extra water bottles and just call it that. Now, there's also the problem, of course, you can technically get sick if you sweat so much that you're stage 2 wetness. You can technically get sick from that. I've only ever had it happen once. I don't know the thresholds for that, so we're doing something here. It's very minimal, but we're doing something. And it's wacky, and I'm all that's what I'm here for. We're here for the wacky shit. Let's see here. We can take this forearm armor off for now. I'm gonna go ahead and take that off. Lord knows I definitely need to actually keep track of the time. But I am now in very much need of finding some black elbow pads. That is almost convincing me to go back to Riverside. Not quite, not quite. We now have 2 reasons to go back to Riverside. Wait a minute, hang on a second. We can sew elbow pads, but that requires a medium leather, and I think these come out to be, like some what is it? Light brown, like not even dark brown, that would match our holsters. So, that's not an option. Don't suppose there were any tactical elbow pads in these. We have some knee pads, rather. Now, this is going to be a shot in the dark, but here's something we can do. And this is actually relevant for a number of reasons. That's not just me being distracted. There is a survivor house on this map that is closer than it is farther away, that we never hit. Waverly is partially cleared, Garibaldi and Sandra Mullard are not. So there is a survivor house that is not too awful far away. We could go clear, and there's a small chance we could come home with some tactical elbow pads. That would really complete our set here, because right now that we've switched to a leather jacket, it just doesn't look right with the white elbow pads. And this will give us a good opportunity to field test our current, what we just put together. I would like to field test it. So we've got a couple of things that we're accomplishing here. Let's pick the Corvette. We'll also need some food. I'll just grab something easy here. We're still being a little lazy. This duffel bag will just be a collection of stuff that will be going back with us. So I'll just remember to grab this when we deploy. Damn it. More important than ever to have some bath towels in my vehicular devices, because the summer months are coming. We're going to be sweating no matter what we do at this point. Oh, what's the new idea on holes and close? Okay, so just to recap, let me summarize for everybody who may not have been following along with the... We were real deep in the weeds here. So right now, it's May 16th. The summer months are approaching. If I start running around right now, what that does, physical activity, so running around, fighting, that sort of thing, it makes you produce body heat. You go to your temperature here, you can see my skin temperature is rising. Now, this is a very realistic side of Zomboid that I think is actually modeled very well. You can see that the skin temperature rises mostly in your core. That's how body heat works. It vents through your chest, your neck, and your head. Right now, so what we're trying to do is make sure that we don't get hot. And the reason we don't want to get hot is because we sweat. When we sweat, we lose water. We have to drink more often. Sure, we could carry more water, but then we are over-encumbering ourselves. Or we're, filling up bottles, leaving them places, or we're having to stop what we do to go get more water. It's just, we can avoid all that if we just don't get overheated. And we've just discovered something very silly. And that is, if there is a hole in something like a leather jacket, which normally has pretty high insulation, the hole prevents the insulation. And we don't need protection on our chest right now. We just need protection on our arms. Because any sort of armor that goes on your arms, it all fucking sucks. I hate it all. I hate every single form of arm-based armor in this game, with the exception of elbow pads. Because there's always some stupid trade-off, like it blocks your watch, it slows your combat speed, any sort of that nonsense. I hate all of it. So we're kind of bypassing it right now. If we look at my insulation tab right here, you can see that our lower body is totally insulated. Like we're literally wearing long john bottoms right now. And the reason for that is, as I demonstrated, your skin temperature, it all vents through the upper core. Your legs are not going to get you that warm. They don't, retaining heat on your legs is mostly a comfort thing. So, yeah, it's literally, KTO, tactical vents. We tactical vents. That's what we've got. As stupid as this is, we've got tactical vents in our clothing now. So I can wear a leather jacket in the coming summer months and only get insulation from it on my arms. And what we're about to do, we're about to go test this in combat. We're about to go see if my theory that I don't think I'll get hot at all, no matter what I do. That might be a bit of a stretch. Because even when we started sprinting in circles right now, we did not get to Body Heat Gen 7 from that. Body Heat Gen is just an internal number that the game uses to determine how much body heat overall is being generated. And it goes up from it can get really, really low when you stand still for a very long period of time. And it can get pretty high if you are both running and fighting, for example. So, yeah. I know, right? Alright, so here's Waverly. Waverly is right across the street from our main base. And we're probably going to have zombies starting now. I think this first turn is where we want to go. Yeah, look at that, it's already here. So we passed this survivor house a while ago, but it was not our goal at the time, so we kind of put it on the back burner. I already like my movement speed. I feel like I'm moving a little faster, despite wearing the Coda plate. And that's wacky. Now, the true test of this would be sitting down in the car while we have body heat gen at a bit of a higher number, right? Because when you sit in the car without the AC running, it's hotter. Right now, the car is 77 Fahrenheit. So the fact that we're not getting hot when we sit down like that is significant. The music is fine. It's actually turned off. I was about to say it would kick on right now. This is not a big fight. It may be a Louisville neighborhood, but it's not going to be a... I already love it. I already love it. And it's not affecting my combat speed at all. I am swinging exactly as fast as I expect to be swinging right now. Temptation to shoot that guy. But we're not going loud right now. We don't need to. feel punchy, I feel fluid, I feel free, and I'm not overheating. Despite these beautiful upper body numbers right here. Again, 70% upper arm, 60% forearm, and we still haven't put strips on the arms. So these numbers, they can go up by 10 and 20%. That means we have a target of 70 upper arm, or I'm sorry, 70 forearm and 80 upper arm, with like very minimal insulation for the core. PLDW. Yeah, I know. It's. I mean, you know, if you put on a jacket, you run around. What gets hot first? Your chest and your neck and your head. That is what gets hot first. So how do you? Let's assume that you want to get your protection, your body protection from jackets, which is one of the best ways to do it in this game. How do you wear a jacket without making yourself overheat? You basically turn your jacket into the arm equivalent to the assless straps. You make it so that there's like holes in the core of your jacket to vent. And we literally can't do that intentionally. We can't do it intentionally. We had to take this jacket that we found that had holes in the chest already and just never repaired the holes while repairing the rest of it. That could turn into a bit of a clusterfuck if I jump in there. There's no eyes to the north. You know, let's check first. Did you rare at me? I heard that. Please do not rare on this stream. We do not rare. It does, yes. So protection on our chest. Right now, if we were not wearing this coat of plates right here, basically what we're doing is we're taking there is no protection on our chest from the leather jacket, but the chest isn't where we need the protection right now. Right now we have, like, here it is. The stats in the coat of plates is 80 bite and 90 scratch on the chest with 0 insulation, according to this. But in practice, it's actually 0.1. So this coat of plates body armor is amazing. Level 8 blacksmithing, I forget what the tailoring requirement was. It's like high-level tailoring and blacksmithing. You can make yourself one of these. If we take this off, you can see the color change in my chest. My chest goes from 20/40 from my underlayers all the way up to 100/100 when we wear this. And I mean, we have not incurred any sort of discomfort penalty for wearing this. So discomfort has already been nerfed into the ground in terms of how bad it is during combat. Now there's one other factor that I haven't talked about yet, and that's the weight of the armor itself. The coat of plates is one of the heaviest pieces of armor in the game. Not the heaviest, it's actually a little bit lighter than a bulletproof vest. But by wearing this, that's another 1.2 encumbrance. 4.0 unequipped, so 1.2 is the carry weight while it's on. So this will encumber our ability to carry extra weapons in combat right now, and that's okay. That was always going to be a losing fight. That was always going to be a losing fight. All right, we're close to fatigue. I'm going to do a perimeter check before we get any closer. That was really funny. I don't know if you guys saw that. I didn't know if you would be able to jump out right away. So I pushed just in case. And I actually knocked him down on his way out of the window. I didn't even know you could do that. So a zombie that was flipping over something, like in the process of flipping over something, I pushed him and I actually knocked him down in midair. So he couldn't do the lunge when he landed. That was kind of funny. We're learning new things here today. This is a broken window, by the way. Doesn't look like it, but it is. But yeah, we're not done with a perimeter check yet, so we're not going in there. Just killing everybody else first. I ain't going anywhere near those trees. I don't care how high my protection levels are. I ain't never going in no fucking trees when there's zombies around. You go around it. Go around the horn like God intended. Yeah, see, look at that. This fucker right here. How would I have known? How would I have known? Nobody would have known. You're lying if you would have said otherwise. Leather jacket with leather vest. Okay, so, yeah, leather jacket with leather vest, in the middle of summer. You are going to be sweating your face off, and if you get sick, it will probably be because of sweat. I'm not even saying that it's not a bad strategy. It's not a bad strategy at all if you can deal with that. Like, if you can deal with just stopping and drinking when you need to. Come on, get out of here, dude. He's right in the annoying spot where if I jump in there, he's a threat. Come on, dude. There we go. A little bit quieter than shouting. So we're in a survivor house, but we have unbarricaded a door and a window. So we are not stuck in here with no more than one. We have more than one way out, right? That is my preference for survivor houses. Got one right here. Who was slapping what in here? You know what?
Hey!
Let's see if anybody takes the bite, takes the heat. Takes the bait. Yeah, look at that. How did I miss that? Odd. Now, there may be a deaf one. I feel like I heard somebody else to the, somewhere up here, so we are proceeding carefully. Laundry room, that's a laundry hall. Yeah, I know, right? That's why you always want more than one way out. Always want more than one way out. We're actually pretty hungry. I'm gonna eat some of the food. This place, these survivor houses always have food. Oh, you know what? I think it's time for art to imitate life. I think it's time for art to imitate life. Hang on. Use a bite myself. We just need a chair now. Here we go. One of my buddies who's in the military said that every once in a while they'd have to do some sort of job, you know, when you're in basic especially. And one of the best ways to just give yourself a burst of energy was to take one of those little, one of those tiny little disposable tubs of peanut butter from the mess. Just carry it around, eat it when you need it. I know, right? Hey, this game doesn't have recliners that you can actually recline in. That's not my fault. That's the dev's fault. I say, we go tell the Indie Stone that we're going to give negative reviews until we get a recliner. Don't do that. They got enough on their hands. I particularly enjoy the fact that this was a gun chambered in 7.62, but the bandolier that goes with it was 5.56. Maybe that's why these guys died. They didn't know the difference between their own calibers. Alright, that's the kitchen pulled apart. You know, there should be. If there isn't a mod for that, there should be one. Absolutely. We're actually eating peanut butter, not just for the memes. We actually want to put on weight. So that's a very easy way to... see, look at that. We just went into weight gain. We're probably right on the cusp, so I imagine we'll burn a few calories, and then we'll be out of weight gain. But for now... I definitely love the practice of finding bandages in the trash and just cleaning them. We can use that again, why not? Run that through some boiling water, we'll be fine. So that's some 10-second floor rule stuff right there. Fighting knife. If I'm not mistaken, fighting knives, this one right here, the fighting knife, this is best in slot for knives. It is actually ever so slightly higher crit rate than the hunting knife, but similar in every other way. Problem is, you can't make these. You can make something that's... Okay, I take all that back. You can make something slightly better that is technically short blade, but it can't go on your knife slot, and it can't be used as a knife tool. So there's a handguard dagger in this game, but you can't use it as a tool as far as I know. So I think fighting knife, if you want both a tool and a weapon that can kill things real quick, this is actually your best knife. You just can't make it. So it's kind of like the katana of knives, actually, now that I think about it. Because, I mean, you know, the katana, similar stats to the sword, but the durability is through the roof, and the crit rate is higher. So these swords that I make, they're like, I don't know, 80% of a katana in terms of damage over time, and then the, of course, the crit rate is, you know, or not just the crit rate, but the durability. Katanas will last a very long time before they finally break. As they damn well should. Yeah. I do wish we could make fighting knives. Oh, welding torch, always down for that. Hey, look at that, another fighting knife. This is definitely a late game survivor house, as it damn well should be. It didn't go anywhere near Louisville until late game. Some of the survivor houses that I found when I was doing my travels previously were not actually hit until late game, but we actually viewed them early game, so they were technically early game. So that's actually one of the many reasons that we have struggled a little bit to find the later copies of Aiming 5 and Longblade 5. They're much more likely to spawn late game survivor loot tables, but we blew so many loot table opportunities on early game survivor stuff, so these rooms are still technically insecure. Could be a deaf asshole hiding behind the, a little bit of firearm here, another 1911. Another magazine that's really small. And yet it takes 10 seconds to load. Alright, you know what? All these are... Alright, fine. You want to give me 5 loaded magazines? Sure, why not? I hear somebody breathing. I think they're outside. We want to make sure they don't accidentally flip into this window here. These magazines that are already loaded are going to be used in our Trapper Carbine, which is not a bad weapon. I just, you know, right now, these 1911 auto mags are just garbage without the ability for reloading speed to increase. South Louisville, Fossil Oil. Hey, this is where we made our forward base for wait a minute. No, I don't think we made a base here yet. This is the Fossil Oil. Oh, that is golf. That is golf right there. Okay, yeah. That's we just found an ad for one of our bases. That's funny. All right, I am I am in 200% distracted mode. Let's finish up our looting here. These rifles I'm actually probably going to take forward with me, because we could use a few spares. Now that I'm leaning towards saying definitively that 556 is a lot better just shot from a 788 with an 8x scope, I would like a couple of spares. I'm not going to make a hard statement on that, but I'm saying I'm really close to. Survivor houses after 90 days. Yeah, KTO is 100% right there. Yeah, it's, basically, I have, the TLDR of that is by going around and exploring stuff like I like to do early on, going around and exploring as much of the map as I do is actually hurting my ability to find certain things, including the katana and long blade 5 and aiming 5, things like that. I think that's everything except for the bathroom, yeah. We are now full. Let me, I'm gonna go put guns into the car. Do not leave any stones unturned when doing survivor houses. Even these tiny little bookshelves here can give you some interesting stuff. Lots of this we already have, but I still want it. Scrap metal chopper. Huh. So that's a machete, a crude variant of a machete. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Hey Richard, how's it going? We have been doing some silly things today, but we've been learning some new things. I recently made the discovery that wearing a leather jacket with holes in the torso is an actual amazing way to get protection on your arms without incurring too much overheating problems during the summer. It sounds logical, but at the same time, the way this video game does things, where you can't actually intentionally cut holes in things in certain slots, it's not as intuitive as it might seem. No containers in here, damn. I would sleep here, but there's, I don't think we actually found any pillows anywhere, ever. And we are pretty much done here. I think we've seen every single container. So, nothing that I wanted. I should check these zombies. Sometimes zombies in survivor houses wear armor, but I don't see any. Could I place a jacket on the ground and then shoot it? I don't know. And I don't... I know, right? Master Taylor. You need feathers for that. Yeah, I don't know if item... When something is in item form on the ground, I don't know if you can damage it. I do know it can get wet, but that's the only thing I know of. I do not know of any other form of damage that an item on the ground could take. It wouldn't surprise me if that was a thing. I'm not exactly in territory where I want to be shooting right now. We intentionally did not shoot on our way in. So we may test that at some other point if we get an opportunity. So that was an easy survivor house. I'll sleep. I might actually do... You guys have no idea how obsessive I am over matching. Right now in my brain, priority 1 is to find some black elbow pads again. I know I have a pair back at Riverside. I might even have a pair back at what's it? West Point Stash, which would be nowhere near as far away as Riverside. I will sleep on that. We'll decide in a moment here. Old stove in my... Oh, no, Leo, let me show you how correct you are. Let me show you how correct you are in what you're describing there. I feel morally obligated to share this because it was a lot of fun at one point. But no, you are so correct. Let me show you what we ended up doing when it was time to... So it wasn't leather initially, it was crops, but it was the same problem, right? We wanted to make things dry faster. So how do we do that? We took over the police department in Riverside, and we turned it into a drying facility. We strategically placed all of our drying racks within one tile of a fire source, and kept those fire sources, the forests of industry shall burn the forests of old. I'm sorry, the forces of industry. I butchered that Saruman quote, but yeah, that's, you're 100% correct to be doing that. Because in the winter, you have no choice. You have to. And in the summer, it makes it go faster. It really does. So it's wasting less time. Ah, man. If nothing else gives away my OCD, Riverside definitely will. Yeah, corn was useful. We got some good stuff out of it. I regret not bringing any of it with us. We probably could have used some of it. But it was rather limited as to what exactly we could do with it. I do hope biofuels are a thing someday. I think I've probably talked about that before, but biofuels would be amazing in this game. We are eating cereal. Because that will get us, that'll get us carbs. Carbs are an easy way to get weight right now. Yeah, the closer the better. The game does not do a very good simulation of radiation, like heat radiating away from a heat source. But yeah, the closer the better. Thankfully, fire does not seem to jump between structures like that. What I did do, and I don't even... No, I didn't even... Okay, so as you can see, I just literally placed one of these fire pits on top of a wooden floor, and it never caused problems for me. I don't know if that's going to be true forever. Initially, I was terrified of doing that. Well, I guess I should also note that these are not just open fire pits. These are the kind you make with masonry. I don't know if that has an impact on it. Because I do know, obviously, I've learned from a very different experience that, you know, I feel like we're doing a little bit of story time right now. I would like to show you guys exactly how I learned that fire from regular campfires can spread very, very easily in ways that you might not immediately imagine. It's a separate video on my channel. The title is not very descriptive. The title says Worst Situation in 2,000 Hours of Project Zomboid. And this still sort of, yeah, this is still sort of true. This is still sort of one of my worst situations, and it was caused by a campfire. But what he likes is a higher difficulty, but also greater like,
what am I thinking of? More loot and stuff like that. He's all about the bargaining when it comes to game difficulty. He's like, well, this is stupid, so let's take this out, but then make this harder, if that makes sense. Like, he would not want to just, remove something because it seems like it's too
Yeah.
hard. He seems to be the kind of guy who would prefer to negotiate out of that.
Just leave the fire running, why don't you? So I left the fire running. Now, it was on gravel, so my brain meat was telling me it's not going to spread, right?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, absolutely.
And here I am just yapping with the chat. Now, well, to articulate what's going through my head here is I hear something crackling and it sounds very close to me. So I already know something is burning, but I don't know what. So like there's already alarm bells going off in my head right now.
I don't know which door that is. Okay. Now I do. Damn it. The stupid fucking things. Fuck.
Okay, so and again, what's going through my head right now is these two doors right here are the only way in or out of this place, with the exception of an underground tunnel that goes straight to the sanatorium, which has a couple thousand zombies in it.
God damn it! God fucking damn it!
I'm yelling so loud at that point.
I have no way out of this place. I mean, I do have a way out of this place. It's just, fuck. Dumb shit.
Spoiler alert: we made it out of that, but it was interesting, and it was all caused by a campfire that I had no idea would spread that easily. Thanks to a zombie, of course, but I never would have guessed that a zombie would walk over the campfire, walk up to my door, die in front of my door because I have to kill it. I mean, by the time it walked into the place, I was mostly screwed. Yeah, if I had my head about me, I might have been able to lure it outside of the building before it actually started spreading the fire. But yeah, the Zed spread the fire, and yeah, no, dark antimatter. Every single one of these windows are barred. Every single one of these windows are barred, and I don't have a torch on me. Even if I had a torch, I don't think you can disassemble a barricade from the inside. So yeah, like sure, maybe I could stand in front of. I know I could, I could break the window and I could start slapping it with my machete. That would be one hell of a gamble, and that would destroy my machete. When I know that there is a possibility I'm about to be forced into a fight with a bunch of zombies in order to get out of my situation.
Our place to sleep. Maybe I don't know. Maybe the generator. Hang on.
I'm literally stealing this gurney because I realize I might need a place to sleep while I'm fighting the zombies on my way out.
I didn't know gravel could catch on fire. The things you learn in this game.
This is still a thing, by the way.
So. Yeah, fuck everything. This is our only way out now. Organic storytelling at its finest. We have a place to sleep. We're extremely hungry. We have no way out of there. We literally barred ourselves out. I don't even have my weapons. I took the weapons out of my inventory, specifically so that I could, empty my, fire.
So obviously, I don't have a lot of food. I don't have a lot of weapons, and we're just slowly honestly, I should have stopped yapping and I should have just started fighting.
Going up IRL too. This is not.
Oh right. We had to basically we didn't have a lot of flashlight battery, so we ended up the most sane thing to do would be to just turn off the flashlight and let them start breaking the door.
There's nothing I can do. So actually, I'm going to do something a little risky.
Like I said, worst situation I've ever been in.
My stress is going up IRL too. This is not doing anything good for my heart rate. But
and it took them about, what was that, 5 minutes to finally break through the, about 5 minutes to finally break through that. Oh yeah, no, the cause was the fire outside, yep. I just never would have imagined that the fire outside could have spread, you know, because it was on a gravel surface. But the zombie just wandered on up while I was sleeping and made it spread. For anybody joining, welcome. We're in a very bad situation right now. Possibly the worst situation my character has ever been in. Because normally, I am much better prepared than this. But we just had one of those certified bruh moments. And as you can see, we're in a bit of a tunnel without much light at the end of it. There is a light on the other end of the tunnel, but it's not the light we want to see right now. It's the light of everything behind me being on fire. Yeah. No, that would have been the smart thing to do.
The game has backed me into a corner that is deeper than I've been in for ever.
We could have avoided this entire problem by just shutting off the fire before we went to sleep. That would have dodged the entire problem. So if you want to make sure you never get hit with what I got hit with in this particular circumstance, just don't go to sleep with a fire running if it is theoretically possible for a zombie to walk over it without breaking something first. I do not think that the existence of fire does actually draw zombies towards it, but I don't think it draws them towards it with enough force for them to start trying to break in. I think they have to see you to try to break in. So if a zombie does not see you, if they just see a burning fire, then I think you're fine. Just make sure that you're going to sleep somewhere where they don't actually see you. And yeah, we ended up doing this for like 10 or 15 minutes before I finally decided to chance it and just go back out the other way. Spoiler alert, we actually managed to get out because the fire had finally burnt most of the building out. That was actually kind of what I was trying to do. Like I was trying to either fight my way out or wait for the fire to burn out. One of those two. But since I saw that the fire was spreading to gravel tiles, I literally had no idea what the most pragmatic option was. So I did what I knew how to do, and I started fighting zombies. That was a very fun time, wasn't it? All right, where we were here, we were attempting to. We need a second sleep, and then we're still looking for. I was looking for some black elbow pads. Being my character Annie Mae there have black elbow pads and a perfectly colored formal shirt. That was an interesting thing. We are doing medical scrubs now, which are slightly better than formal shirts, but we can't have our own colors. They did. The fire did go to the stairs. The stairs did not burn for some reason. So the fire went down the stairs, but the stairs did not actually burn. And that was interesting. See, that was actually one of the situations where I saw that the stairs might burn at, like, you know, I thought the stairs might catch on fire and then trap me down there. And I was like, no. That was when I finally just chanced running up the stairs and see what happened. And spoiler alert, we made it out. It was if my character had died that way, I would have told this story a billion times already. But since it didn't actually result in a death, I just clipped it and moved on. It still deserves its own proper video, you know, well edited, instead of just a 30-minute dump that would take a while for anybody casually viewing to get through. Let's get rid of all the stuff we picked up first here. I don't know about that for sure, but in this case, I did not see them burn. We actually went back later, like long after the fire had gone out completely. We went back later and checked, and the stairs did not burn. So I don't know if that means that it's not possible for stairs to burn. I would probably never make that gamble personally, but that's the results that we had for that encounter, I can tell you that much. Found a couple of cheapskate John mags, so we've got some more bed sheets. We will someday have a full bed of cheapskate John here. couple of buckles we picked up. We're putting them in here. Or actually, did I already put them somewhere? Oops. Well, I think it was in the bag. Never mind then. Flashlights and CD player over here. And everything else is food. I'm going to hold on to those fighting knives. You know what? We're in the end game now. We're in the end game right now. I'm going to carry around the fighting knife. There's nothing else to save it for. Right now, everything I'm doing is important enough, difficult enough. It's worth it. We're in the hardest territory to deal with. That is Louisville. So we're about to get a second sleep. I'll go ahead and carry all this ammo in my main backpack, and the guns can chill. There's nothing. Oh, actually, no, hang on. One of these MSR 788s can come with us. Okay. Everything else can chill. Yes and no. Oh, okay, so Jimmy's, it depends on what catches fire. Our girl here, Nora the Explora, has technically caught on fire twice. But in actuality, she has only just been lightly burned, and that's because we used debug mode the second time it happened, because the game, for a little while there in 42.14, the 42.14 build of the game, fire was unfair, fundamentally. Tiles would be on fire, but the fire itself would not render. So there could be tiles that were on fire that we could walk over and catch on fire, but we never saw the fire. So the game was being unfair with us. So I used debug mode to remove the fire from us that one time. The time before that, I actually just took the burn. We literally caught fire, and it was our right hand. We got a burn on our right hand, and that actually caught us to have a couple days worth of downtime. But the fire just went out. The second time it happened, we were fucking dead. If I had not just closed the game and immediately opened up debug mode and hit God mode right as soon as it loaded, we would have been fucking dead. And I would have had to roll back a save, and I would have lost hours of progress, and I'm just glad that didn't happen. But yes, whatchamacallit, game is over if you catch fire most of the time. But it is possible to get away with a little bit of burning, as opposed to all of you burning. I never did figure out exactly the difference. Why we managed to get away the first time with only a burn on our hand, versus the second time being burned so much that we were instants away from dying. I have no idea. Wish you could explain that. 3,000 hours and I still don't fully understand how fire works, because I've been just that avoidant of it. And that's another thing, Jimmy's. The first thing I did when it happened, when I saw her catch on fire, the first thing I did was right-click on my water bottle, which at the time had 0.2 milliliters of water in it. So maybe, and I never could figure this out, maybe the first time she caught fire, she actually had enough water in the water bottle and just automatically put it out. I have no idea. Maybe that's what happened. If that's not what happened, then we just got lucky the first time. And the second time, maybe we just didn't have enough water. I have no idea. All I know is that when I right-clicked on my water bottle while I was on fire, I didn't see any options saying put out fire. Or, I would think that if the option was there but we couldn't, then I would think the option that says put out fire, maybe it would be there, but it would be like, redded out because we couldn't use it. I don't know. I'm running out of ways of saying I don't know because I have no idea. I wish I knew. Man, do I wish I knew. You can't put it out on yourself. So that means even if you have a fire extinguisher then. That's interesting. Yeah, I would say End King is probably 100% correct. That sounds exactly like something that would happen. What I'm thinking about right now is which vehicle to take back. There's no reason not to bring the Corvette forward. I could take the Corvette. Yeah. Because the truck that I brought back with us here is full of furniture, and I don't really feel like doing base decoration at the immediate moment. There's a couple of other things I want to do right now. So this furniture can stay. We have another step van at our destination for loot hauling, so we don't need to worry about that. Hold on to those then. So I am going to go out and deploy on a search for tactical elbow pads. Since we have really heavy fog today, we're not going to be able to go back to our forward base and start fighting right now. That's not happening. But here's something I can do. We're just going to go back down 31 West. We're going to stop by a couple of our bases. We're going to check for elbow pads. We're going to check for leather strips, because that is one of the most reliable ways to get leather strips right now, is just go back to some of my bases where I might have left some. So all we need is a little bit more food, preferably chonky food. We are now in rapid weight gain. Yeah. So what KTO is saying is my instincts to just never, ever get close to fire have always and will forever be 100% correct. Just don't ever get near it, and you'll be perfectly happy. Then, of course, you just have to hope that you don't have problems like we did in 42.14 again. We've had problems come in and out of this game before, so who knows, maybe that'll come back. Now, if I am going to go back, if I'm going to backtrack, then that means I would prefer to have an open trunk. So here's what I'm going to do. The stuff that I want to bring back with me is going to go in a spare military backpack, and we're going to drop it on the floor here. And we're going to do what I was just describing. We're going to go back to some of our previous bases, going back in the direction of West Point, and pick up armor-related stuff. And anything else that I see that we might need. Well, I brought lard, but that doesn't quite count. Let me take some something else easy here. Maybe some soda. I looked at the soda, but then I didn't take it. I actually don't have a lot of soda. I've been lazy too much. All right, granola bar it is. We're not gonna. I don't necessarily want to go all the way back to Riverside, but I'm not ruling it out. We are gonna have the Corvette, so we can go fast-ish. I mean, you know, fast as the fog is gonna allow us. I will not be going, 90 miles an hour while there's fog. Maybe a little faster than normal, though. And if nothing else, we can accelerate nice and easy if we have to go around things. I'm going to take a look on our way back at what 31 West looks like, and if it is full of respawns, then I might divert, and we have a different route we can take. We do not actually have to take... Maybe the Corvette was a terrible idea. Maybe the Corvette was the worst idea I've had in a while. Hey guys, let's just take a Corvette out in pea soup fog. Yeah, let's do that. I am genuinely shocked that we didn't take any damage from that. I think I got very lucky just there. Yeah, no, that KTO is, once again, voice of reason. True voice of reason here. You know, we have a cruise control. Let's just do 45. We do have really good brakes. We just gotta also have the reflexes to use them. And that time I failed at that. We weren't going that fast. I just that was a skill issue, unironically. Now these are not respawns. These are spawns we just literally ignored. Now, one of the reasons that I'm compelled to stop here is there was a whole bunch of survivor trucks here, and survivor trucks would have had all sorts of interesting stuff in them, but it looks like we didn't consolidate, including civilian gear. Civilian gear far more likely than military gear to have tactical stuff like elbow pads. This is where we entrapped Jackie J. Unfortunately, we learned that off-map movement seems to allow them to move right through anything the player builds. So that was a sag. Yeah, like this right here, this is all the contents of somebody's trunk. But we would have emptied almost anything useful. I do see this asshole running towards me here. Yeah, nothing useful. Okay. This way, buddy. So there probably will be some respawns through the checkpoint here, but I can just tell you based on the density we're seeing right now, we'll probably be able to get through them without problems. Probably. No, Jackie is not still there. Unfortunately, we lost her. If you went there, KTO, she just disappeared. That's not to say that she might not be up here. You know what? Fuck it. Side quest. We never did find her after she escaped, so assuming she escaped, she could be up here somewhere. We are going to make use of what we're doing and take leather coats when we see them, because that is part of our reason for deploying this way. Jackie is how I learned that zombies have moods. Zombies have moods. They sometimes feel like being fast shamblers. Sometimes they feel like being slow shamblers. The same zombie, if you leave an area and come back, they may be in a different mood. They may be moving faster. You cannot assume that just because a zombie is a fast shambler, that if you leave the area and come back, they will still be a fast shambler. They may be slow. May still be fast. Alright, Silent Hill time. Advice on... Wait a minute, what the hell? Okay, I am gaslighting myself really hard right now. I know for a fact that she had disappeared for no reason. And yet, look at that, there she is. Fantastic. I'm actually really happy now. Because, you know, we went out of our way to build this. This right here, what you guys are witnessing, this is how to contain a zombie permanently. Off-map migration allows them to move through vehicles. So you cannot just use a vehicle, which zombies cannot attack vehicles. You can't just use a vehicle, you have to use terrain as well. Oh yeah, we're not just walking on water. There is a 1x1 tile of dirt, which doesn't draw a shoreline properly. So it actually, this 1x1 tile of dirt just doesn't seem to exist, but it's there. If I right click on it, you can see that I can dig a furrow on it, so it's dirt. But yeah, we captured Jackie. This is Jackie J. If anybody is not familiar, I will link in the I'll post a link in the chat. Jackie J is the hero of humanity, as close as we'll ever have in the Project Zomboid lore. Of the people who survived the zombie apocalypse, there is probably a huge number who only would have been able to survive because of the news reporter who actually broke the truth on what was going on in the knock zone. So this right here, Jackie J is the person who did that. Put her career at risk, of course. Not that career mattered after a few days, but she didn't know that. She didn't know that. She broke the news like it was a fucking sledgehammer. And so because of that, we don't treat her like a normal zombie. On Annie Mae's playthrough, we led her to a burial site, and we buried her there. We buried her at the site of the press conference with McGrew, further up the checkpoint. But here, on Nora, we have contained her. So if there ever is a cure, there won't be, but if there ever is one, she would be the first person to try to use it on. Has anybody ever seen Till Death Do Us Part? The Source Filmmaker short with Medic and Scout, and back in the early days when SFM was a lot of music videos and stuff like that. Because whenever I think about zombies that can be cured, but there's a catch to it, that's one of the, and it's just a fucking short-ass music video. That was one of the best things I've ever seen done with the concept. And all they did was use a bunch of Valve assets to do it. You have to do something after 2 years. Yeah, I mean, you know, you're not 100% wrong. I cook my creative energy for this game a little too hard sometimes, but I have fun doing it. If anybody is not familiar, this is the site of the press conference where General McGrew kind of alluded to what was going on here but didn't tell the truth. And because of that, well, he probably got a lot of people killed. If Project Zomboid has a villain, I like to imagine that General McGrew is probably up there. So on Annie Mae's playthrough, we led Jackie J down here and we buried her here. At probably the same place where she would have been standing in the audience when McGrew gave the press conference. We have never found Frank Longbottom. Frank Longbottom is Jackie J's cameraman, and apparently you can find him. He does exist. The problem is he's a zombie wearing a brown sweater. I don't know if I could ever actually successfully find a zombie in a crowd wearing a brown sweater. Jackie J, on the other hand, she is very recognizable. There is no other, as far as I know, even random colored boiler suits. There's probably a 1 in 16 million chance for a randomly colored boiler suit zombie to have the same color boiler suit as Jackie J. I say that because 16 million RGB colors and the boiler suits use random RGB. I will go ahead and clear just a couple one-offs if they're in our way. We have plenty of spare lights here that we could pick up, but those are really heavy. We could only carry like 2 in our backpack, so we're just going to move on for now. Yes, that is... oh, no. Dark, I do believe you're wrong on that, and I'm just being a lore nerd here. I think the virus was actually airborne, but long before the game ever started. I think the virus was airborne as early as June. And I say that because if you look at the Knox event timeline, there was a foul smell noticed in the air in Knox County all the way going back to mid-June. The date is never even established. So I do want to say that it was never going to be contained. I don't think it ever could have been contained. I think the airborne strain was released alongside that. Now, that being said, the devs of this game have been known to do red herrings. So I could be wrong. That could be what I'm talking about, the foul smell in the air. That could be a red herring. So I don't know. But I do think that is definitely related. I mean, you can't tell me there's not a airborne strain of extreme concentration that doesn't smell pretty foul. I don't think we left a yellow generator here. Even if we had, we cannot fit one in the Corvette. But this was the base we used in order to assault the military checkpoint. It is but a humble Electromax warehouse. I do not believe I would have left any hardcore survival gear here. I, of course, always leave small, non-perishable food at all of my bases, so that's never a problem. You know, seeing as we're short on scrap electronics, YOLO. I'll take a few. And we literally have unlimited water here, so I'm going to go ahead and cut up the leather coat and clean it up. our angle-headed flashlight is almost dead of battery, so I'm going to replace that too. Yeah, if I had any gear, it would have been in one of these crates, and I don't think we ever found any gear. Yeah, we've got elbow pads and knee pads. These are the gray ones. They don't match black under any circumstances. To be entirely honest, I would rather have the white ones right now than the gray ones. I think like a partial match feels worse to me than a complete and total contrast like this. As silly as that might sound. Hey, Ayo, how's it going? We are doing pretty good here. We're actually doing a bit of a base tour, going back, retracing some of my steps, visiting a few old bases, and checking around to see if I have any leather strips and or elbow pads stockpiled anywhere. Because we just had a gear change, and I want to match. Not that we would be doing anything else right now, thanks to the fog. It would either be this or base design. And I've done a lot of base design recently. I want to do a little bit of, I was in the mood for armor stuff today. There's always respawns here. It's not a question of whether there will be some, it's a question of how many. And they can be in nasty places here. Yeah, like that. In these fucking Silent Hill ass trees. Not spit that breathing shit at me. Killing respawns feels like mowing the lawn. The chore that I will be very glad to be rid of someday. Did I really lose her attention that quickly? Red generator can stay here, as can any of the other generators here. Probably would not have left leather strips here. That feels definitely like something I would have brought forward, but doing our due diligence, as it were. Take that corn with us because I don't know if corn is... How many recipes can it be added to? These are things I don't know, and I would like to know. So we'll take it. Oh, this is also not far from where we had a lot of extra beef jerky because we raided the beef jerky we raided the literal beef jerky production facility in Irvington. Ooh, unprocessed rabbit hides. Okay. So in the spirit of getting leather, I can bring these hides forward with me. And I suppose you could say we'll make a long-term deposit. We'll have to dry those out. It'll take a while. Especially because it's still spring. What pan do I cook in? Whatever is available to me, really. You can accomplish cooking tasks with most. There's a little bit of, subtle differentiation. Right now, I like roast pans the most. Roast pans because they can fit 6 ingredients. They can fit 6 ingredients, but they do not have the weight of stews, which stews can fit 6 ingredients, but the water weighs it down, makes it much, much heavier. So I prefer roast pans if I, just given all the options, roast pans is usually what I go for. For smaller things, I would prefer to try to make a salad. But there's also limitations to salads. Different sort of limitations. Black coveralls, neat. But yeah, I was hoping to find some leather here, but I don't think... Yeah. I'll take those as an alternative style. Okay, if I really want leather, I could sacrifice this military jacket. That feels wrong. Everything about that feels wrong. Military jackets are one of the most valuable things in, Okay, sorry, military jackets are extremely valuable if it's like 20 degrees below freezing. It's the best insulation to protection ratio. We're on the hunt for elbow pads. I had elbow pads here. They're red. I have red elbow pads. Knee pads and elbow pads can actually come in random color generated colors. So, believe it or not, that is a better match than the white for me. Because it almost looks like the same color as the, it's only a subtle difference between that and the holsters. So, honestly, I dig it. Until we find black ones, that's the best alternative. So we'll hold on to those. We also have these. It's a headpiece that does not have any insulation whatsoever. So, yeah. There's a reason I was wearing them on Annie. It's because I wanted to wear something, but I didn't want to be overheating all the time. Alright, so... Oh, elbow pads and knee pads are the best. Easily the best thing you can ever be wearing at any given time. They are the perfect balance of not really slowing you down much, not really slowing your combat much, while also providing 30% bite protection to both limbs that they touch. So you put on elbow pads, that's 30% bite to your forearms and your upper arms. There is no better way to protect your arms without massive trade-offs. I mean, aside from the silly thing that we just figured out, you know, with the leather jacket without the chest part. Yeah, there's basically no better way to protect your arms so easily. And it's similar with knee pads. I mean, like right now, our lower body is 70% on the thigh and 80% on the shin, and that is thanks mostly due to the knee pads. But yeah, elbow pads, knee pads, I could not recommend them harder. And you can usually find them within your first day if you go to a big enough warehouse that has not been looted and trashed, like your Electromax or your Massgen Fatco. You're pretty high likelihood to find some in one of the boxes. We've had trouble in the past. We've been unlucky. We've sometimes passed through an entire one and never found some, but chances are pretty good. Chances are pretty good, I would say. So we are still on the search for black elbow pads or leather. So we need leather too, right? Elbow pads were just part of the equation. We do have a base that we just passed. I seriously doubt that it would have anything substantial, but let's just take a peek anyway. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. Hang on, I'm an idiot. Yeah, we blew up on the zombies here, but this is not a base site. That is further down. I saw the rest stop sign and my neurons got activated. I didn't close the door. Oh, whoops. That's fine. I mean, honestly, it's a field base. I might never come back to it. If I do come back to it, sure. Armor not worth it? That's the $1 million question right there, Freya. That is the $1 million question, and we've come up with a bit of an answer. Hello. There you go. We've come up with a bit of an answer, and the answer is yes, asterisk. It's worth it. Selectively. Be very careful about which slots you're putting it on and what the trade-offs are. Yes, KTO said it best right there. On the limb armor in general feels pretty bad. The riot gear for the lower body is not bad. In my combat ambulance, I have thigh guards and shin guards that are like the kind that you would find in like a prison's riot gear area, and those are pretty good because all they do is they make you a little bit slower. But I would only wear leg armor in situations where speed isn't everything, such as the military research facility. When I was in the military research facility, speed was
Well, it saved me once, but yeah, you need a balance of speed and armor in a place like that. Alright, as predicted, not much here. I very rarely leave stuff at places like this. Worth a peek, worth a little peek. Yeah, only essentials here. Alright, moving forward. I'm rather impressed that not a single one of those zombies noticed me. They are the short bus riders, and I'm okay with it. But yeah, things to think about when you're wearing armor. And I guess this is just a good TLDR for armor. You're trying to strike a balance between discomfort, insulation, combat speed, and movement speed modifiers. So me personally, I want to keep combat speed modifier, which is always red. It's always red whenever you equip an item. Combat speed modifier just means it's slowing you down a little bit. So anytime I see a combat speed modifier on an item, I'm very wary of it. It needs to be mind-blowingly useful for its specific task for me to want to wear it. For example, the military jackets. They provide amazing upper body and limb protection, but they do have a small amount of combat speed modifier. So it's worth it almost every time if you can deal with the insulation, because unfortunately the military jackets also provide insulation to such an extent that we have just entered the time of year where we literally can't wear it unless we want to be sweating buckets all the time. And I don't. I'd rather do other things than constantly having to go refill my water and dry off all the sweat so I don't get sick and all that stuff. Alright, so here is our base at West Point. I can't remember. No, the truck there, we used it to pick up some stuff, but it is not. This place had its own Corvette, too. Now, we had so much stuff stockpiled here that there is actually still tons of stuff that I could bring forward, and it'd be very useful. But I think we got all of the ammo. The ammo is completely drained. None of the attachments are overly interesting looking. 1911 auto magazines. We're taking those because maybe I want to actually use the Trapper Carbine. And look at this! Look at this! We do have some cartons of 38 Special here. Okay, cool. Yeah. We're taking every single one of those. I actually thought I was going to be in a situation where I would not be using 38 Special for a long time, if ever. That is not the situation. We are currently actively using 38 Special as we speak. And I'll point this out in a second, but on the floor in front of us is what I was looking for. Let me just empty this real quick. So yeah, on the floor right here is what I was looking for. This is my my black armor kit. So I had a white armor kit and I had a black armor kit, and here's the black armor kit. Black armor kit has my black elbow pads. So our dark red elbow pads, maybe someday we'll find a jacket that matches those. For now, we've got something that is a literal perfect match for the jacket that we're wearing now. So that's good. Mission accomplished. We also have a Hawaiian shirt in here, crop top arms. Now we have another leather jacket in here, but this one does not have holes in it, so it's not actually what we're looking for. Yeah, okay. So we'll take this with us, but it is not. Nothing else in it is of immediate concern. In the meantime, we are having a bite to eat. And I think we're clear to head back. I'm looking at all the stuff here, and nothing is jumping out at me as stuff that I would want to bring forward with us.
These are entirely full propane tanks. I can fit one. That's not the worst thing. Till I blew my 357 stock. Yeah, no, that's 100% true. I did not think I would just blow it like that, but it was just too useful. 357 is just such a good all-rounder. I truly did enjoy it. Tell you what, I'm actually going to have our girl take a quick seat here. I have to step away briefly IRL. And while I step away, and I need to think about a couple things about what I want to bring back here from here. Because there's actually a lot of stuff here. There is a literal ton of stuff. There's some stuff I might want to bring back. We will do one last pass searching for leather. I think if we had leather, I would have found it by now. I've looked in most of the obvious places. Haha! Ha ha ha! Leather strips bundle! Times 4. I knew I had some somewhere. Okay. Mission 200% accomplished. We have no further need for anything here. We are beautifully good. Okay. I knew that I was not gaslighting myself when I thought that I had more leather strips somewhere that wasn't Riverside. Because obviously I know I have a billion of everything in Riverside. That was never the question. Yeah, no further firearm stuff needed. Cartons of 44 Magnum. And handguns that are damaged and or repaired. We already have found a billion handguns at our destination, so that's never... Look at this, military backpack right here. This will be what we hand carry, as opposed to the duffel bag. We also had a duffel bag specific for winter gear, but that was left behind because we had found some slightly better stuff. Okay. That means that we actually do have enough room in here for... No, we don't. Sorry. Got that, and then quick primary. And then we'll just hand carry this last one. Okay. So we do now have everything that I could possibly want from here, including things I might not even want. Yeah, okay. Perfect. So I am going to go ahead and step away here, and when I get back, we are moving back forward. Be right back. Yeah, I know, right? That was back when we still butchered them. All right, I am back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. I don't normally pause the game, but I did this time because if I burned a couple of hours of daylight there, then it would be harder to drive back, so. All right, on our way back, one last eyeballing of this area. I think we're good, yeah. We've gotten everything that I can immediately think of that we would need, and including some stuff that I didn't think I still had ammo here. The fact that there was still a little bit of ammo, I'm glad we got to pick that up. That is a good thing. We can go a little bit faster now that we have a nice clear road, or a nice clear day too. When we drive over here, I'm going to pick up a few broken iron pipes off the ground, because I would never have picked them up previously because I didn't have the pipe bomb recipe, but now I do. Therefore, broken iron pipes, each one of these is a potential pipe bomb that does not cost me a regular iron pipe. Not that it'll be too hard to find more burned wrecks once we get deeper into Louisville, but some of where the next traffic jams are is going to take some fighting to get to. So this will potentially make it a lot easier ahead of time. Public service announcement for those of us who use the organized trait. Do not attempt to put more than 5 encumbrance of stuff onto your driver's seat. The ability to put stuff on the driver's seat is cool, but the game will let you put more than 5 encumbrance onto the driver's seat. However, it will not let you sit down after you have done so, because that storing things on driver's seats for organized people just does not work right now. So you have to pretend you don't have the organized trait when you put stuff on your driver's seat. Promo skills. Sounds about right. The End King of Obscure References. It's the strip club right over there on the right. We did clear it out completely, but I stopped short of trying to make it into a base because it's a lot of real estate and not a lot of strategic value. Oh, I just thought of a very, very, very silly challenge. See if you can lock some stripper zombies into one of those strip club rooms and make it so they can never break their way out. So you have some dancers, permanent dancers. As I've demonstrated, we have the technology. We can restrain zombies. It's just extremely difficult, and you have to put a lot of thought and effort into doing it for a single zombie. So doing it for an entire team. Talk about your wacky ass challenges. I got your rat race challenge right here. The strip club race challenge. Probably should have double-checked this, but we do actually have a full trunk, right? No, we don't. So it's a bit late now because I'm getting surrounded by zombies and my hands are full, but let's see. Is there any more? Damn it. We just passed all of the piles of stuff on the floor. Oh, well, too late. I would have dumped a little bit more stuff into the trunk. It's all right. Yeah, this black truck right here, that's one of ours. That was supposed to be a gate truck. It's not exactly working very well as a gate truck. It's a little busy doing a handstand. So technically speaking, the military checkpoint is not so respawn heavy that we can't get through it one or two more times. But after a couple more trips, the zombies that have respawned like out in the fields, they will have gotten into the road, and then it will be truly annoying to deal with. Honestly, the fact that we're going to be able to make it all the way back to Jericho probably before the top of the hour, one in-game hour to get from my West Point base all the way to Jericho, that's not bad at all. That's the power of a Corvette in a clear day. Just imagine how much easier it'll be without respawns. I actually wanted to, sorry about the noise. I didn't have the wherewithal to tow that previously, but now I got a Corvette. I can tow a lot of things. I didn't really need it. It's just one light bar vehicle that I've never actually owned before, and so I will leave it at Jericho for the lulz. It's basically an ambulance in terms of trunk size and engine capacity and you know, light bar utility and all that. Except you can't reach into the trunk from the cab, so it's like an ambulance with a small inconvenience to it. The bull drivers are like this and the state trooper bull driver and whatnot. Very close to making it to third gear. So what we're going to leave here is most of the ammo stuff that we picked up. Is just going to get left here because it is, I mean, the billions of cartons of 38 special we don't need immediately. Iron pipes can also stay here. And same with the black armor kit. The stuff we're not actively using can go right there next to the white armor kit. Spare propane tank. That might actually go forward with us. Most of the broken iron pipes can stay here. So that solves the mystery of what happened to my medical scrubs. They got put into a separate duffel bag. Before we are completed with this character, I will have an entire bed full of bed sheets with cheapskate John. Now these can go in our white night kit. As you can see, we do have sunglasses that are pure white. These are prescription reflective sunglasses, which are basically just aviator style but bright white. So they can go in the white armor kit here with those elbow pads that we just took off. We found some hotties. You know, I don't need to have a bed sheet out of hotties. That some of my viewers do that, but we'll have reading material over here next to bed. We need a bottle of whiskey, and we need a computer chair to be able to sit down and read those. Leather strip bundles. I do have a specific bag for those right here where they should have been all along. And everything else in this bag is, we're going to rename it to Duffel Bag Black, because it is full of black armor now. And by black armor, I mean things like even a crop top and a baseball cap and whatnot, in the correct colors. Oh yeah, I mean, well, only. There is compelling everything in there. Compelling articles, compelling photography. Everything else is mostly food related, I trust. Yeah, okay. Don't even need a belt right now, but at some point. Yeah. As for the cartons of 38 Special that are actually in the Corvette, they can stay there. In fact, we will also top up what is in the Corvette with some of those broken iron pipes. So, well, we got room for 4. Yeah, so 4 of those can stay with us in the Corvette. Meanwhile, we're carrying some cartons of 44 Magnum. We also have on the floor out here. Oh, we also, this is just something I didn't even remark on when I saw it at West Point, but we found previously prescription sunglasses in a different style. So we've got 2 different styles of prescription sunglasses. I do prefer the aviators. I do very much prefer the aviators. For now, I can put those into our duffel bag here with the other black stuff. Yeah, prescription sunglasses go in there. So we are up to a total of 25 BF magazines. That has not solved the problem of BF magazines being pathetically small. There are only 8 bullets. It's almost as bad as the 1911, which is only 7 bullets. But since we now have other ways of using those 7 bullets, fine, you know what? Got our trapper carbine, we'll see what we can do with it. They do, yeah. That is true. You know, I feel like I should just have a duffel bag full of nothing but magazines. In fact, that is exactly what we're going to have. So I'm dropping that real quick so we can go grab another duffel bag. We have a billion duffel bags. Let's get something with a unique color here. Trauma bags are a little bit passé. We have tons of those. And the gray duffel bags are a little passé too. I really should just make sure that I'm always carrying my M9 magazines alongside any of these. Okay, you know what? Let's do a big hiking backpack. Yeah, that's nice and unique. Alright, big hiking backpack full of nothing but magazines. And it might honestly fill all the way up. We're going to start with 1911 auto and then 9mm. And we're already up to more than halfway. BF magazines, and look at that, we're like 24 out of 28. So we literally have more magazines than we can fit in a single duffel bag. Trying a little too hard to min-max here. We're just going down the road. Dropping off the cartons of 38 special that are superfluous to the ones we're already carrying. Put them on the floor over here next to the other ones. Hey, woman, she just dropped her sunglasses. So do be careful if you have chickens. Do not hold the run key or the sprint button, whatever it is. Don't hold it, even if you're just standing still. Your character will trip very quickly. How'd I get the farm? We built it. So actually, this was an interesting combination of factors. I never did have an animal trailer coming back from Riverside when I went this direction in the first place. What I did is I had a bunch of fertilized eggs from my chicken coop at Riverside. So all these chickens that are here, they came here as just fertilized eggs. I created the zone and I left the eggs there. They hatched and now we have chickens. The cow was a calf at the time when I first deployed from Riverside to come out here. So she was a calf. I hand carried her. So I had a calf on my lap while I was driving. Don't know if we're gonna be able to get away with that forever. If we are, cool. If we're not, that might be nerfed someday. But right now, you can pick up an animal and sit down on a seat of a car and drive. So that's a way of bypassing the animal trailer problem. But yeah, that was how we got here. And then the sheep, the family of sheep there, we just got really lucky and found them in a wrecked animal trailer. So we were just exploring Louisville. There's a wrecked animal trailer. I heard some buying coming out of there, so we rescued the sheep. It'd be really cool if we could get a strap for our sunglasses. I would do that in a heartbeat if I could. We are still in rapid weight gain, so I'm going to maintain that with just a... Hey, you know what? Let's make some pancakes. Yeah, our girl deserves it. She's been working hard. We are going to reward her with some really nice pancakes. So, grabbing some pancake mix. And, we better have a bowl here. Yeah, of course we do. Grabbing a bowl. I think we need to fill the bowl with water. Yes. So we've filled the bowl with water, and now we hit the prepare pancakes button. Now we have pancakes. We have to cook the pancakes first before we can put toppings on them. It's a little weird. Kind of a little bit of a... I don't know how that works. In real life, you kind of got to put the pancakes on the skillet, and you gotta kind of sprinkle the toppings in it while you're cooking it. But that's kind of how a lot of things work in cooking. So this is the one kind of thing in the game that does it backwards. Are there animals on build 41? Nope. Animals are B42. I'm sure there's probably somebody who's tried to add it to B41 as a mod, but that's a lot of effort for a version of the game that's someday never going to be played again. Don't know why you would do that, but there's some people who are just fucking obsessed with build 41, and I don't understand it. I am of the current opinion that build 42 is better in just about every way imaginable. Almost every way imaginable. I'm sure there are a few things. I want calories on this, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. We're still in rapid weight gain. So we've got peanut butter puck pancakes, chocolate bar pancakes, and now we're going to put some Smirkers. So a little bit of all three of the chocolate types, and then we're going to do... Oh, you can only do 3 ingredients. Okay, pancakes are 3 ingredients. So now toppings. Maple syrup, honey, and cinnamon. That right there, that is some swell pancakes. And we're going to eat half of them. Delicious. Still promoting weight gain, and that if she was not at max happiness, she is now. What's the ideal weight to have? There is none, in my opinion, because okay, so let me talk about weight real quick. Weight, you start getting debuffs if you fall below 75 kilo or above, or if you go above 85. So those are your 2 thresholds: 75 kilo, 85 kilo. You can try to maintain weight right in the middle if you really want to do that. 80 kilo, sure. That is a lot of effort. That is a lot of effort, and I don't like expending that much effort on anything in this game. The amount of time I would have to spend to actually maintain body weight all the time, when my calorie consumption rates are just all over the place. And we don't have a stat bar mod to know how many carbs or fats we have, so we don't know when we're going to be in rapid weight gain and when we're not, unless we see the upward pointing arrow, so we don't know how close we are. Long story short is, in terms of weight, I just prefer to start gaining weight when I get close to 75 kilo, and then I gain weight until I'm at 85 kilo, and then I stop eating things that gain weight. So weight, in my mind, is just sort of an oscillating thing, because that allows you to stop thinking about it for a while. You can pack on the calories until you're 85 kilo, and then you can just stop thinking about it and lose weight until you're 75 kilo. That is what I feel like. Yes, Mario, that is 100% correct. I do wish that they had a more, a little bit more longevity to the rollback branches of B42. Like, if I could, honestly, if there was a rollback for 42.10, and I could just boot up my save for Annie Mae and just play around with that, I would do that if I could. I wouldn't, I don't think I would stream very much, but I would want to, like, go back and look through some of my old bases, see if I did anything that I would want to do differently. Because I was not in the, practice of constantly screenshotting my bases back then. We have room. I'm gonna take a carton of 9mm. Yeah. And then replace it with, well, look at that, there was a carton of 9mm on the ground. Okay, so the vans are all still completely full. Now that we actually have a platform to shoot it, I still don't really care about 30-30. It's kind of weak. It's only 20 bullets to a box, and it's a back weapon to shoot it. So 30-30 is, I just don't see the niche. I can well, I mean, I can see the niche once I run out of 357 completely, because then the 30-30 is about competitive with the L92. But yeah, it's a fallback weapon at best. Okay, everything is loaded up. I do want to sleep before we deploy again. So I have decided we're going to return with the Corvette. We're just going to chill for a bit here. About 30 minutes until we can sleep again. Yeah. I guess if you think about it, the animals are the audience because they're the only people who are the only things approximating the captive audience that we have in this game. Too heavy for primary, so let's take out a few things. Okay, so now we are taking a whole bunch of stuff back with us, but that's okay. Every bit of it's worth it. You know, I'm actually a literal actual doofus. We made all that hullabaloo about going back and getting leather strips, and then I almost left them behind here at Jericho. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but we need them forward where we're going. So I did put them in the correct box. The correct bag should be right here. This is where they should be. But now we need to have one bundle should be fine. One bundle should be more than enough for now. We'll take that forward with us. And that is it for armor-related stuff. When we get to our destination, we'll patch the sleeves on this thing. And I will do something with our Ranger truck later. I just picked it up because it was a towing of opportunity, as it were. You can't just have a Corvette drive by something that you want to tow and not tow it. Looks like we have great weather today, too. If there was going to be fog, we would have seen it by now, so only thing to worry about is weather. Or precipitation, rather. Precipitation technically is weather. I'm going to, speaking of the weather, 105.6, I think I have it memorized. This time I'm going to catch it because I'm going to be driving anyway. It doesn't work for temperatures right now, but it does work for precipitation warnings. Wait a minute, did I go too far? I did go a little too far. That's okay. If I take a left now, we should get onto Chapel Mount Downs. Chapel Mount Downs has always been a really weird roadway. There were several places where I would have actually on Annie, we cut holes in the fences and cleared some grass in several places. All right, here we are. This corner up here will have a few respawns. We didn't actually pull anybody last time. And we didn't pull anybody this time. Max power grid, blackout. Today, average temperature %S. Minimum %S. Maximum %S. Humidity %S, %S, %S. %S from wind from the %S. Warning, period of weather predicted to start in the %S. God damn it. Okay, I'm assuming that's going to be afternoon or evening. Right, so we're going to get rain when %S comes along. Weathers continue throughout the day. That's talking about tomorrow. Okay, so yeah, we've got rain. Yeah, we've got rain that's going to start coming either later today or tomorrow. Oh, no, sorry. Either later today or tonight, and it's going to continue until tomorrow. So, yeah, we should get started as soon as we get back, because we're going to lose the good weather. See, look at that. I do know how to listen to the weather every once in a while. I've even memorized the frequency. I just don't use it. Ay, Dios míos. Alright, back to our field outpost. I haven't given it a name yet. Whenever I do field outposts at a gas station, I like to do something that starts with a G. I'm drawing a blank. Something law enforcement related that starts with G. Gangbusters. Gangbusters. Yeah. Gangbusters. Gangbuster base. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm happy now. We have a name for our base. Gangbusters is probably more news related than law enforcement related, but hey. Yeah, KTO is correct, as always. There is, at least we get warnings. Just don't know when those warnings are actually applicable. At least now we know. We will have rain. We'll have %S rain. Alright, opening the leather strips bundle. That's what this was all about. Watch me not have a needle or thread now. No, I know for a fact I do. It's just a question of where. Should have some locally, and if I don't, then it's going to be in the ambulance. It's in the ambulance. Primary ambulance. Where I have a little bit of everything. That means that I'm going to be using the thread in the ambulance, which is, So we want to go to the leather jacket, and we are now sewing protective strips onto whatever slots we can, aside from the ones that have holes. Now, here's a philosophical question. Do I want a little bit of neck protection? Yes, okay, so here's the deal. There is a collar on this leather jacket. It currently has a hole in the neck, and so the leather jacket is providing very little insulation on the neck in addition to the rest of the body. But I would like to have a little bit of protection on the neck because the amount of insulation that will get to the neck from this jacket is much lower than anything else that I know of. It's lower than... I take that back, a bone choker might be perfect. A bone choker might be perfect. And a bone choker is 100%. Okay, I'm not going to patch the neck just yet. We have the materials. If we want to go back and do that, we can. For now, I would like to instead make a bone choker, because now the reason is, in the ambulance we have our combat kit here, but the neck guard that we have here is 200% insulation. The neck guard is like... This could be one of the reasons we sweat so much when we're in combat, aside from the regular body heat exertion. It's an ice hockey neck guard, so of course it's going to be nice and warm. I feel like we should try a bone choker neck guard instead. It's both going to be... They're both basically the same trade-off. I knew I was going to forget something.
I forgot our perishables. We have 1 billion eggs, but not the other perishables. That's okay. That's okay for now. I've proven it's a very easy trip to get back and forth from Jericho. And that's probably the most important aspect. Bone choker requires large bone beads and just 1 leather strip. Large bone beads are pretty easy to find if you have large bones. I think, we accidentally ran over a raccoon recently, but that was not recently enough. The corpse is gone, long gone. And zombie bones don't count. I guess in this universe, human bones must degrade or something when they turn into zombies. I think the developers of this game are a little too soft to add things like cannibalism. So even when we have NPCs, I don't think we're going to be able to eat them. Despite the fact that this game takes inspiration from RimWorld. RimWorld, you can have kids and then kill the kids and then turn the kids into hats. This game is not going to ever let you do that. I can guarantee you that. The devs have already said they're not going to put kid zombies in the game because they're that terrified of getting banned in certain countries, I believe. So that means that we'll never have full RimWorld in this game. I would certainly like the ability to, if I have an NPC who becomes unruly, I wish I could turn him into a hat. I would do that. Absolutely. I would make human leather hats in this game if my if I had somebody in my team betray me or something like that. Turning to somebody and telling them that I would turn them into a hat, that just feels like one of the most Chad threats you could ever make. You want to be a hat, bro? I'll make you a hat. No, I didn't misspeak that. RimWorld is a very interesting game. You have colonists. Those colonists can fall in love, get married, have kids, and those kids are just pawns like everybody else in RimWorld, and anything you can do with other pawns, up to and including killing them and harvesting their corpse for meat and turning their bones into wind chimes, turning their leather into human leather, turning the human leather into hats. I believe human leather is a little bit more insulation than animal leather of, like bird leather, for example, like the really lightweight leathers. But it's been so long since whenever I do RimWorld's clothing, I always just go straight for Devil Strand. Like I research Blitz, Devil Strand, and I just make everything out of Devil Strand. It takes forever to grow, but it's worth it. That's usually because I also settle in warmer climates. If I did colder climates, I might be more amenable to leather gear, but imagine settling in cold climates when you could have green hell. I'd pick green hell over, well, in real life. Never mind. In real life, I'd pick the Arctic wasteland over green hell every time. Maybe that's why I enjoy simulating jungle settlements in video games, because I would never do it in real life, ever. So right here, what you guys are looking at right now, those are magazines that probably would take me 3 minutes in real life to load. That is how slow magazine reloading is right now. And yet, all it's going to give us is 77 shots. So, maybe I'll shoot it at some point. I don't know. I feel like illustrating it. That's one of the reasons I put those there. I feel like illustrating it. What type of hat? It's it's like a cowboy sort of hat. Oh, they even said no pregnancy for humans? Wow, okay. That's, yeah, I can understand that. Because remember, what they're probably trying to dodge, if it's not just moral... I was about to use a 4chan word. I can't say that on YouTube. If it's not just moral friending, they're probably just trying to avoid getting banned in certain countries. I think... I don't even remember which countries it is, to be honest. I just know that only the United States is a country where you can just make a video game and almost do anything and only ever worry about whether your payment processor is going to debank you for it. In terms of getting it actually banned by the government, you have to try very hard to make that happen in the States.
You can make cowboy hats in this game. If you're talking about Project Zomboid, or if you're talking about RimWorld, I mean, both of them, it's relatively easy. In fact, Zomboid, we made ourselves a very nice Holstein hat, and I actually really enjoyed that during the winter. Speaking of hats, it is a shame, but we will not be able to wear our witch hat while we're in combat anymore. And I mean, that's kind of okay. Kind of okay while we're in combat, at least. I'll stick with the bunny ears for now. Bunny ears have no insulation. I'm gonna try the Hawaiian shirt as a layer, because that will up my upper arm a little bit further. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. We're gonna see how that plays out. Otherwise, we've got these bath towels that we brought, and then we just need to worry about food. That's it. And then we're ready to deploy. We have uncooked roasts here. I think we're ready to just stick them straight into the oven unless we have... Let's fatten them a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to oil these guys up. I'm not going to go straight for lard. We're just going to do oil. Okay, so we got 60 roasts here. Regrettably, I yapped so long that we've actually burned a portion of the day already. So if it was supposed to be that we're going to get rain in the evening is now closer. Oops. I'm just going to get out there now and take the rest of the stuff out of my backpack that's extraneous. Yeah, because I need to, I mean, you know, it's not typically like me to try to rush things. But now that I know that we've got bad weather on the horizon, yeah. In fact, I am so ready for a big fight that we're just going to take everything we've got. Because I want to see how it plays out with my, the armor set that I just put together. So we are taking everything we got. Shotgun is on our back. JS-14 is going in our hands to start as an opener. All of its magazines are loaded. 357 is on our person, and we've got the carbine in our backpack if we feel like the niche presents itself. Magnum holster left. And the last thing that we can do to make this a little bit more of a prepared activity is a few more M9 magazines that are already loaded. Yeah, 5 extra magazines for the M9. I'm not going to go as far as to take the M16. Here is how much I am trying to save space. I am taking off a couple of my key rings. I should have known that the coat of plates would really mess with me here. I think it's normal that so we're currently stage 2 encumbrance. That is making it extremely difficult to... I will not be able to melee like this. I have to drop the gun that I'm carrying to melee. So the problem that I had at the beginning of the stream where I would, where I would have drop a gun and then forget about it. Yeah, that problem's not gone yet. Speaking of problems, I was supposed to have a respirator mask, and then I took it off, and I think I put it in the, I put it in the Corvette. I'm not going to try to track it down. I'm just going to grab the one Put my backpack here, and we are going to gear up with our heavier armor now. So our discomfort level is going to be pretty high. That's alright. That's what we're built to deal with right now. But look at this protection. We are pretty good. We are sacrificing neck protection currently. And that's because without the bone choker that I was talking about, the bone choker right now that I think the bone choker does not have any insulation, but I could be wrong. If it does, then, well, we have no options for neck protection right now. The reason we are leaving it open, though, is because if you look at our insulation here, wait, what's going on with my head? The riding helmet doesn't have any insulation. My head should not have insulation right now. Oh, it's the dust mask. Oh, it's the half-mast respirator. Damn it. Okay. Fuck. Well, let's see how it plays out. We have no choice. We have to wear that respirator. We will get sick, and we will have to stop fighting if we do not wear the respirator. So, fuck. That really sucks. In any case, all we have to do is shoot once or twice in this area, and the party has started. So, I'm actually going to pull the truck back a little bit and be prepared to exfiltrate the area in a hurry if I need to. And I'm going to prep some combat music. Catch a timestamp too. It's currently 4 hours and 18 minutes. If I only put the respirator on when I get queasy. That is action economy right there. I'm not saying that it wouldn't work. I'm just saying that's an action economy question that I would prefer not to be thinking about that when I'm in combat. Yeah, it may or may not work. But we have chaos prepped here. So I know exactly what we're going to listen to when shit hits the fan here, which it's about to. Opening shots. Did we rack with this one? This is 17 rounds. And there they are. I don't know if you guys noticed the frame rate drop. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for some chaos. I don't know which window that was. One from the north, two from the north. Falling back. Only got a 4x scope, so they get close. Three round, fuck. 2 magazines. We are not, nope, we're not doing the JS-14. Okay. On my 6 fence slappers. Yeah, we don't reload fast enough for this. Ah, I see. Alright, we're out of here. Oh shit. Oh shit. We made a mistake. We're alright. I almost got boxed in there. I did not want to force myself to climb a fence. Did not want to force myself to climb a fence. That would not be a good idea. We are now stressed to oblivion. We can fix it quickly if we get a multi-kill, but let's see how that happens. Okay, we are entering uncleared territory. That is because I do not want to lead them directly back to my base. We could always fall back in the direction of base, but then that's our base. I'm not leading them directly to my base. I will walk back to Jericho if I have to. I need to be advised that the residential to our 6 is also uncleared. So we managed to clear some stress, but I don't think we, no, we've still got problems. Boy, do we have problems up here. Not going that way. I know this particular section here, and we're trying to go around. And then she heroically ate for dinner. Ah, here's the spot. I remember this spot. This spot, we got many kills here. The low fence worked to our benefit greatly. Now, if we start shooting here, we've got to be ready to kill everybody. Or just, you know, fall back and Let's see. Parsing. We need to kind of see the distribution of the street zombies out in front of the building. If it's not immediately obvious, we just flanked everybody after drawing them off in the general that way direction. So this is cleared-ish territory. It's not guaranteed territory. So let's take this corner out quietly. Let's turn this not cleared territory into cleared territory. I need to take the mask off. We are, whatchamacallit, we're sweating too much. If we establish a clean angle of approach from this direction, we can at least lure the parts of the mega horde in the not direction of our base. The laundromat up here is going to have a few bath towels. I actually literally need those right now. We ran too much. Our new armor kit has failed the test. Probably just thanks to the mask. Honestly, the mask probably is what got us sweaty right now. Alright. Resuming. So this street corner right here theoretically should be partially clear because the pawn shop has been cleared once already. So, because of that, if we start shooting from this direction and kill everybody behind us, then we've got a second secure angle of approach. That's the current goal. Hate crawlers. Oh boy, okay. Some from the PD are coming even this far away. discharge. I don't even know why. Well, that's just straight up skill issue. Not exactly rolling in shotgun right now. 30 rounds left, or 30 shells. Trapper carbine next. Sorry, not trapper carbine. L92. My brain meat wants to say trapper carbine. My dream of using a bus stop as a strategic resource is finally realized. Hit or miss on that fence. Some of them are going to get stuck on it. Some of them are going to go around. I can't control that. If I go in there, I'll get immediately stressed and no more shooting, so that ain't happening. Oh, look at all that. Yeah, there's tons of them in there and they're all stuck on the fence. We just can't even hear them from this distance. The sound just doesn't even play. I'm going to try to recover the fire truck. If I can, fantastic. I mean, I just got winded, so. Shouldn't have started running while I was still carrying it. First thing I'm going to need is some coffee. I was not expecting the weather to stay nice. I actually kind of thought I was going to be falling back soon because of the weather, but we're good for the immediate moment. Remember, this place would be absolutely destroyed by zombies if we just kept falling back in this direction. That's why we had to do the big roundabout there. A bit of poor planning on my part, all things considered. There are probably better ways we could have handled that. That was one of our coffees with ginseng in it, and that still didn't get rid of our exertion, so I think that's a meme. I honestly think that, I think ginseng tea is a meme, boys. That's alright. We are going to continue the fight, but I'm going to put on a different track, as much as I enjoy that one. That was Chaos by Shellmish. Lovely band. It's a shame that they broke up, but we'll put on some different combat music. I should be sitting down. What am I doing? I was hoping to sit down and load some magazines, but I don't think we actually have any good ones to load. Also, the discomfort is making it very difficult to regain stamina. So I'm putting the thigh guards and the helmet in my backpack. Alright, that's another slight problem there, is all of our big calibers are in the fire truck. But we do have some more shotgun here. So we're not done, but this is a tactical pause in the fighting. I am going to open a good chunk of this carton of shotgun here. We are going to have about 200 shotgun to work with here. And I am going to go ahead and sacrifice my canteen or a regular water bottle, because we are going to need our chest slot for a bandolier. Because right now we're in a phase where we really need to be shooting a lot of shotgun. That is really our best platform right now. And we do still have a coffee for when the time comes for that. we are going to have to sacrifice something here. Oh, no, there we go. Okay. So there's the rain. No surprises there. We were expecting that at some point. Yeah, that sounds about right. You were doing, what were you doing, 4 times or 16 times, KTO? We've got the group. The question is where to bring them. I know a little joint here. I don't think this parking lot is going to be our friend. Oops. I need to see how far up this is cleared. Oh, right. I didn't need to use the open in the slope. Oops. Okay, here it is. So this is the way to fall back to if we have to fall back. There will be a lot of falling back, of course. This, at least, falling back from up here will result in us not leading them directly to our base. We're going to need to put the Magnum away. I enjoy it, but it's too heavy. Okay. Gonna do some Trapper Carbine until we start losing efficacy with it. Too many unknowns to the north. I can hear the fence slapping. And there's the stress, already fallen back. Could have known better than to assume that that little residential pocket up there would not spawn its own little mini horde. Because of course it did. this right here, this scenario. This is where being a smoker would just save me. You know, I said I was going to change my canteen out for a water bottle so I could use a bandolier, and then I didn't. North. Fast. .357 check. 72. Told you, 357 is just the GOAT right now. It really is. Imagine just going from revolver to carbine. Piss it away even faster, and I'd still love every second of it. Hello. Express stage 1. Got to keep my distance from that fence. I want to push forward, but then the fence makes me stressed. North? No, we're good. Still too close to that fucking goddamn fence. Fall back a little further. Maybe we can fight these guys in the, No, no. Like I said, no, we can't. There's two fences working against us now. Man. not bad. Still getting closer to that fence, but now I feel a tiny bit comfortable staying on this side of the road at least. Tiny bit. If I had known we'd be using these houses, there's all kinds of prep work I could have done back here to make it easier. But a little bit of poor planning. A little bit of poor planning. We're known to do it here. We are now officially agitated. I'm gonna do an ambush on the chain link fence lappers. Oh yeah, there were several with shotguns. There are salacious things I would do to these fences. I did at one point, yes. These particular fences, I did. But unfortunately, we don't have enough volume here to really warrant that. God damn it. That was a stutter right there. And we are now firearm ineffective unless we... Okay. It's a vicious cycle. It truly is. Four shots to the head. Welcome to stress. Some of them are starting to learn how to go around. It's really terrifying. I'm only making it worse by luring them to this fence, but we're also trying to get something done here. One could call that full circle. Now, what I'm hoping right now, I'm hoping beyond hope. I'm coping, maybe. Might even be coping. I'm hoping that some of the guys who were slapping the fence, the wooden fence up here, maybe decided to start coming around now. Because remember, once they stop hearing active player noises, they will still turn around and come investigate them. So the ones we're killing right now are probably former fence thumpers who finally came around. How many of them? I don't know. Some of them could just be assholes just showing up in the area. We are now super hungry. We are going to eat. Alright, I do think we should probably call it for tonight. We did manage to at least make sure that nobody followed us all the way back to base. Yeah, I think we're gonna catch a sleep. The rain is gonna continue all day tomorrow. So, honestly, I might spend tomorrow... instead of going back out and actively fighting tomorrow, I think I'm going to go out and prepare an area for a bombing. There is some prep work I can do, but that would have to be done sneakily. I have been waiting my entire life to use the washing machine. Surprisingly, some of our pieces of clothing never got dirty. That's because our armor captured all the blood and dirt for us. So we probably won't get too cold tonight. Oh, my own boots are fine. We really did not get that. I mean, that's how much we were shooting. We were shooting so much that we did not actually get that. See, it looks like I'm dirtier than I actually am. It's because of the hole in my jacket. Visually, it definitely looks terrible. So something we were supposed to do but didn't was swap our canteen for a water bottle. So I'll do that while we got the. If I go to sleep now, I probably won't be able to wake up, or I probably won't be able to go back to sleep a second time like I need to. Alright, so I'll see if I can still get my second sleep if I sleep now. There was a little bit of cope that I tried taking off my key rings to save some encumbrance. It didn't work. That's alright. To do this in order to resort my bags. Did I not run the dryer? Am I just an idiot? I think I'm an idiot. I thought I ran the dryer. Let's try that again. I'm not tired enough to sleep. So that is a death sentence for our sleep schedule. Alright, putting away a couple of the lesser used calibers, and we will reload those JS magazines. I'm going to go recover my JS-14. We left it on the floor. Right here. See, I can remember where I dropped these things. Hello. I thanked the beast for announcing its presence. Honestly, this parking lot right here is not the worst prospect in the world, but we would need to do a lot of landscaping to make it viable. I don't have anything better to do today. It's just raining all day. As far as I recall, according to the broadcast, we're going to be getting rain pretty much all day today. One incoming. The stutters are not helping. Stutters are definitely not helping. I don't even know exactly what's causing those. Cut one, take a peek. Cut one, take a peek. We're literally just removing these because they're in our way. But we'll probably be able to do something useful with the logs later. For now, I need to be able to drive freely here. If everything goes right, we'll do a pipe bombing in this parking lot. No. Fun thing about Windows. Windows has not updated since... Oh, it doesn't even tell me. It doesn't even tell me. What happens when I try to update? Oh no. Oh no. What's the matter? What's the matter, Microsoft? Can't tell me what to do with my computer? Oh, sorry, Microsoft. I say what happens to my computer, not you. You fucking assholes. Sorry. I'm not going to tell you how I really feel. Nah, those 1 second stutters, that's all Zomboid right there. The CPU is probably bottlenecking on how many zombies are in the area. So look at this. All these guys down here, they got a perfect line of sight to me, but they don't care. They must have ocular damage. So we are getting hot, and once again, I'm pretty sure it's because of the respirator. We take it on and we put it off, it'll probably be fine. I wonder if we'll get hot at all now that we've taken it off. See, there's a feedback loop there because if you take off the respirator and there's a corpse stench, even before you get the queasy moodle, you will start getting hot from immune response. Body heat generation gets increased by immune response basically as soon as you start, as soon as your sickness stat starts rising. So there's a nasty little feedback loop going on there with that. I was supposed to bring my roast. Let's go get my roast. Thankfully it's just right up here. It sounded like a meta event. I have been reliably informed that zombies react to meta events now. Let's see if we have any movement. Wow, boy howdy, would you guys look at that? I don't see no movement. I think meta events are inconsistent. So I'm not gonna act like nobody was saying the truth last time when I couldn't figure out that zombie movement north. That was last stream. I had a few of my viewers were like, "No, dude, did you hear the meta event?" I'm like, it's inconsistent. It is absolutely inconsistent. All these zombies down here, they should be moving north right now. If my unless my echolocation is completely fucked. That sounded like it was center left right there is what it sounded like. But what can I say? Let's get ourselves something to eat. Didn't realize the machete had lost some integrity. So having nothing but eggs and potatoes right now. What I'm probably going to do is like 3 eggs. and then 2 units of potato for a recipe, something like that. We'll have to play with that, because I do want to get as much mileage out of this as I can with just those 2 ingredients. Those eggs and potatoes are basically 2 of the longest shelf life ingredients that you can add to most recipes. I can't think of anything other than jarred food, which doesn't really count in my mind. Jarred food, there's something wrong with it right now. I don't like it. I don't like jarred food. I think it's busted. But yeah, I think they're, whatchamacallit, eggs and potatoes are basically your bread and butter of this game. If I just put the axe on my back. Now, this is a scenario where I have a fighting knife on me, but I really don't want to be switching back and forth with that to cut the trees. Oh, I like the concept. I love the concept of it. Conceptually, I love it, but in practice, right now, it needs to do a lot more than just increase the baseline freshness, right? Because the first thing I did was try cabbages, which have a bad freshness shelf life, and all it did was turn it from like a couple of days in the fridge to go bad to a couple of weeks in the fridge to go bad. That is not worth something as rare as that's not worth something as rare as what's it called, vinegar. If we could make vinegar, then I would be a little bit less sussed out about that whole concept. But we can't make vinegar, so fuck everything about it right now. Until vinegar is something I can just make on an assembly line. Salt, too. Those salt and vinegar are currently things you have to go out and loot finite quantities of. Salt is a lot less of a problem than vinegar, but it's still a problem. Both of those are just way too finite for just to extend the shelf life of something by a little bit. Fuck that, I'll just freeze it. It's stupid. I don't like it. I'm mad about it. Just a little bit. Hello. You come over here and die by the only obstruction in the area. Ha 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 ha. We were playing a different game. That would be a 60% chance every time we opened a jarred food in this game. 60%. 60%. Boy, howdy. I have a 60% chance of breaking out into laughter for no fucking reason every time that game gets mentioned. It's for balance reasons that I do that. It's more balanced if I have a 60% chance of bursting into laughter for no fucking reason at all. Oh my god. I really do need to... I was talking about this yesterday. There's a possibility I might be able to stream tomorrow, even though I don't normally be able to do Zomboid on middle of the week days. I might be able to do it tomorrow, but instead of streaming, I might actually just work tomorrow on that video that I wanted to do. There's a couple of Zomboid videos I want to do. Like actual edited videos as opposed to live streams. And one very easy video that I could do would be the 7 days one. Man reads patch notes and dies of laughter. After the rains stop, I'm going to close and reopen the game and see if that helps with the stuttering. That is in the past, when I go to Louisville, In the past, I've had stutters in Louisville that have been helped by just closing and reopening the game. The stutters would usually happen after I would, like, go from one area of Louisville to another. And we've done a little bit more than one area to another in this stream so far, so I think when the rain is gone, we'll do that and see if that gives us a little bit better of an experience in this area. Just these random frame drops are nasty. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and deal with this whole group. I do not believe there's enough of them to cause a serious problem if we just melee them and don't start blowing lots of noise. There is a potentially huge amount of them dispersed around this apartment complex. Trying to loot, man. Come on. Come on, man. One of the things I'm going for here is I'm trying to keep the corpses to a minimum further out into the lot so that I have a little bit of an easier time driving in circles. Cute skirt. It's very long. I might fix that up and make it into a mini. I don't think it would help me much with insulation problems, but I did recently learn that you can wear a mini skirt with thigh guards and shin guards. So when it comes to leg protection, there is a mean outfit that you can wear that involves your survivor going around in a mini skirt. Absolutely. I've never been the kind of person who has the mentality of if you've got it, flaunt it. But I can make exceptions sometimes, on occasion. A goddammit compilation. I need to pull down all of the subtitles for all of my videos. I need to do that. I posted a video about this. KTO, you definitely would have seen it. I have a script that can pull captions for videos. I just need to make it so that I can just give it a CSV of video URLs and just have it pull the caption caption files for all of them. So that what I can do then with that is I can just trace all the different times through all my live streams that I said certain words, instead of just like, you know, instead of just one stream. I also need to see if YTDLP can actually do specific timestamps into a clip without me having to download the video. If I can do that, we're in business. Because I don't think YouTube is going to care if I just randomly download 5-second clips from my own video. YouTube literally lets me download my own videos. So if you go to your creator dashboard, you can just hit the download button. Don't even need premium. Probably. I can't imagine who else would be rattling fences, but yeah. If I'm sure if there were like 50 players slapping fences with and the reason I think that is because I have, in the past, I think I have had my characters get stressed from cutting wood for too long. And I think that happens because of the noise. So I think we actually got stressed based on noise that we ourselves made. Which means, you know, if the player can stress themselves from their own noise, then surely other players can stress each other by Boy. Push her, she's right there. You know, after like a year and a half of erosion, these fences would probably, there'd probably be some instability in them that the zombies could exploit. A year and a half of just the ground constantly eroding with nobody maintaining it. Yeah, the zombies would be able to pile up on certain sections of the fence and probably help push it over. I mean, combined weight would always be more effective against a fence than, whatchamacallit, than just slapping it with hands. You slap it with your hands, your hand will break long before the fence does. But if you just have a bunch of bodies pressing against it, yeah, the combined weight should probably eventually get it to bend over. Hell, I've bent fences accidentally just by trying to climb them. Some weaker chain link fences when I was a kid. I'd try to climb them and I'd feel it bowing under my weight and I'd be like, like pigs in a blanket. Yeah. If only we had mechanics for stuff like that in the game. I'm not gonna lie guys, I was a little bit excited when I first heard the devs use the word bendable fences framework in their patch notes. And then I very quickly realized that it meant, let's just make all the fences attackable. Let's just add is thumpable equals true to all flags for all fences. That's it, that's all it meant. So we only gotta do that for like 6 more corpses up here. Maybe 7, 8, something like that. Just give myself a very nice wide open area around. We'll put the bomb like right about there. We'll make our own little stand for it and everything. Of course, this is still a exerting activity, and the extreme discomfort of being wet and wearing a respirator is making it very hard for us to regain stamina. It's a vicious feedback loop. Thankfully, we're outside of the stink zone this far back. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. I've got a truck right here. What am I doing? I can put these corpses straight into the trunk. That being said, there's no room in this thing. Let's go get the ambulance. Let's go load some people into an empty vehicle. Oh, man. I have a confession to make to everybody in the chat, and I hope I don't get a bunch of people dislike and unsubscribe for this. I am a massive enjoyer of the Zack Snyder movies, all of them. Okay, the DCEU Zack Snyder movies. And I'm not talking about that one that they let the Marvel guy edit. The Snyder cut is the only cut of Justice League. I don't care about the other one. But yeah, no, I genuinely enjoy most of his movies, but just for the spectacle. I'm not going to sit here and say they're good movies or anything like that. I've given my spiel before about how there's plenty of movies that I like that are just kind of just slop, but I just enjoy them because they're fun, not because of any cinematic value. But nah, man, the Snyder movies, the combat in some of those when Batman is just fucking throwing guys around and just, oh man, that is some of the best Batman combat specifically I've ever seen right there. I wish there was more of it. This was specifically, it was Batman v Superman. We didn't get as much good Batman combat in Justice League, actually. Oh man, okay. So that's not bad. That's probably less time than it would be to try to move it, but still, that's and we can only do that for like, what, 5 of those? Yeah, Whedon, right, that guy. I almost forgot his name. I don't hate him or anything, I feel like he's not meant for DC, he's meant for Marvel. And even then, his formula for Marvel is a little, I liked Firefly. I loved Firefly. Firefly was, there was a little bit of stuff in it that I didn't like as much, but, I mean, you know, on the whole, great. I'll never forgive Fox for what they did to it. Oh my god, yes. Yes, that fucking scene right there. Yes. Absolutely. I very rarely, like, ascribe to horror movies or jump scares or anything like that, but that was not even, like, a jump scare. That was just, hey, look at that. There's death. Holy shit, there he is. 10 out of 10. See, one of, what's his face? Forget who it was. It was one of the pundits that I listened to. It was one of the Mahler crowd, so Mahler, Critical Drinker, one of those guys. One of them said that Snyder is really good at one thing, and that's turning comic book panels into something realistic visual, like a visual like live action movie thing. Snyder is really good at that. He should have just been a cinematographer, not a writer director. If he was just a cinematographer, and somebody a little bit better was doing the writing, you know, Nolan maybe. Nolan could have done a hell of a good Batman v Superman, I think. He could have done a damn good Justice League, too. But Nolan had to be done with superhero. He did his superhero. He did his time in the superhero ring. I have not really been the biggest fan of Nolan's later work. I feel like he's gone way too hard into historical stuff. I found it a lot more compelling when he was doing more original things. I mean, I guess you could say that Odyssey, for example, is probably far less actual history and far more actual, you know, like a creative story that has just been retold a billion times. But I mean, the fact that it's been retold a billion times in and of itself, that doesn't sound like Nolan's wheelhouse. I've always associated him with more original things, relatively speaking, as far as Hollywood goes. So, have you seen Sucker Punch? That was his own film, wasn't it? Hey, hang on a second. I need to, because Sucker Punch, I had mixed feelings on it. I kind of liked it. Yeah, 2011. I think he directed by Zack Snyder, co-written by Snyder and Shibuya. It's his first film based on an original concept. Okay. The ending, I didn't like the ending very much. I kind of liked it. I didn't hate it. I have very mixed feelings on Sucker Punch. It's not bad. I do not think it's bad. Like, not even just as a general movie. I actually think it's kind of okay. But I mean, then again, we start talking about my feelings on movies. There's a lot of meta reasons why it's probably not a good idea. Yeah, the twist. Yeah, I mean, it's a thing. It is one thing. I wouldn't say that it's the movie doesn't really hinge on the twist necessarily, on it being like, you know, everything that makes it important, but it is important to recontextualize everything as a good hit, as a good whatchamacallit, as a good twist is. But then you fall into unreliable narrator tropes. And I've never been a fan of unreliable narrator tropes in general. Unreliable narrators just make it be like, well, am I really actually hearing the story that happened, or am I just hearing some dude's perspective? Not the worst thing, but it's getting harder for me to equivocate when I start thinking about unreliable narrator. I can't stress this enough, how much I hate certain aspects of unreliable narration, that when it comes to my own book, I literally timestamp the header of every single chapter. It is Thursday, 6th day of the 15th week of the 6th term, 2248 Anno Celestum, 11:08 Cartesian Eastern Time. I timestamp the header of every chapter. That is how fucking obsessive I am about making sure that the reader understands that the narrator is at least coming from a position of authority. Now, am I gonna... Okay, so I'm already gonna spoil something. Do I actually make it so that the timestamp at the header is 100% accurate every single time objectively. Maybe not. It is from that character's perspective, though. The character knows what time it is, and that is what they believe it is. But that on the vast majority, reliable narration is better, I think. That's just how I feel about it. Speaking of that, 2, 3, 4, 5. Honestly, I think we'll be about good after just these 3 here. I know, right? Just the fact that I can just drop the corpses straight on the ground is kind of silly. I think the rain is done. Let me go ahead and turn the radio on. Let's get in the better habit of this. 105.8. It is public service announcement. It is different for everybody. Wait a minute. Shit. Not 105.8. 108. No. That doesn't exist. Shit. Okay. I thought I had it memorized. 105.6. Okay. Yeah, we'll hear it at the top of the hour then. I wish we had the corpse shovel from Company of Heroes. The first Company of Heroes, when we had the mine flail, and that you could use that on corpses. That was fucking metal as fuck. I miss old Company of Heroes. That was some good shit. Lelic has been constantly yassifying their games over the years to the point where we're Company of Heroes 3 couldn't even score a mostly positive on Steam. Hang on. I will not do fake news here. I will not do fake news here. Nope. They still can't even do mostly positive. After all these years. I mean, after all that song and dance. 72 hot fixes in progress. We're independent now from Sega. We broke away from Sega, guys. And they still can't. They still can't. Like, I'm not even like acting like it's, the overall score that matters. I'm looking at the recent reviews. If you can't even make the recent reviews positive, then you can't even turn things around. Especially when you're several years out of release, and most of the recent reviews are going to be coming from either people who have just picked it up or existing people. Okay. This prisoner guy, we're just going to move him back a little bit, and then I'm going to have to probably give up on being able to drive over the street on the way in, but that's fine. These corpses, I'm just going to drop them off right here. Oh man, yeah, it's sad, it really is. I think it's only going to get worse as long as you get the and this is one of many reasons that I proselytize against Unreal Engine 5 so much. It's not just Unreal in general. The problem behind it being you're getting devs who are not in it for the games in the slightest. They're just in it because they have a skill, and many people are hiring for that skill. And thanks to Unreal Engine's prevalence, all we need is somebody who knows Unreal Engine. So you don't need somebody who's actually interested in a specific game. Just somebody who knows how to do Unreal. That's the dark side of having a standardized engine. They make products, yeah. His cousin sister. When I read about that, and I'm not like a super Street Fighter fan, but I did read about the controversy, and I was like, that kind of sounds like they did it intentionally to get news media hype over it. And I'm like, what century are you guys living in? Are you guys still living in the century of there's no such thing as bad press? Because that century is fucking over. 100%. The quote, there's no such thing as bad press, came from a world where there's not very many options to choose from when it comes to where you get your news from. It's a fucking relic. Back in the 70s when you only had a couple of news channels, that could not be more gone. That is gone. People can go anywhere they want on the planet to get their news from.
If I want to hear Russia's perspective, I can pull up RT. If I want to get India's perspective, I can pull up theirs. If I can get any perspective anytime, anywhere. It's great. But, and the flip side, that means the competition is very fierce. You can no longer just assume that negative press is good press, because negative press means people just stop paying attention to your shit. Burnout is easier than ever before. Exceptions being, of course, people who occupy high echelons of power. Heads of state will never be applied to that, so with heads of state, you could almost say, well, it's not like heads of state need press these days. Their parties do, but not them. We are... I was thinking if there's something I needed to drop off. We did just eat our last roast. We're going to need to do some cooking this evening. Billions of ingredients. Just got to actually come up with something. In the meantime, I'll probably get hungry again. That's what the granola bar is for. Okay, last time when I needed to mark a bombing site, I used a couple of, I just used a couple of sticks and stones, actually. This time, I'm going to use some empty gas cans. I have so many of these, and I'm not currently needing very many of them. So I'm going to use those, and we're going to use 3D placement to make a little, we're going to make a little cairn out of stones. It's going to be great. See, the goal here is we want to have a centralized object that we can lock our focus onto that is not something the zombies can stop and start slapping, and also is not something that the zombies can get blocked by, right? It needs to allow movement by me and them, but it also needs to be very easily seen. Speaking of easily seen, we are fatigued at 1600, and we have a fair amount incoming thanks to the truck that we just drove around a little bit. So we are drinking a coffee, and we are putting the stuff that we picked up for the bomb marker into our backpack, and then we are going to get out and kill these guys in the correct spots. My policy on corpses is it's a lot easier to make them move to the correct location before you kill them. If you can do so. If you can't, then don't. Not worth your life. Right this way, sir. What does he have stuck in him? That is a... broken something? Yeah, broken long stick. Do I have me some hate? I'm gonna go kill him right now. Thankfully, there should not be that many coming from this direction, in theory. Because we mostly should have cleared anybody who could possibly come out of here. Will have heard us shooting our guns a billion times out there the other night. So really, we're just eyeballing for random movement groups, which cannot be discounted. Do so at your own peril. Oh, and another thing. One more thing, Jackie. We have not actually cut a hole in this side of the fence.
Doing so will help us a lot in the long term, but we don't have our welding kit with us, so we're climbing. I said we're climbing. That just cost us something like 30 stamina because we failed once. The failure costs a bunch of stamina, and then the success costs a bunch of stamina. This is why I almost never climb fences if I have to move. If I have to move, right? It is very heavily punished if you do so. I don't recommend it. It feels gamey, but it also feels... You see, we should be able to build something like a pole, a wooden pole. We can build a wooden pole, but zombies will stop and attack it because it blocks movement. No, that shouldn't be a thing. We should be able to build like a metal pole that is so thin that zombies would just fucking ignore it. That's what we should be able to do, but we can't, so this is a close equivalent. That is my headcanon, and I'm sticking to it. Now, if anybody's not sure why I'm doing this, it will become clear. I feel like most of folks watching right now are probably my regular viewers, but if not, the overall purpose is so that we know exactly where our bomb is placed after this area gets completely filled up with zombies. And in order to do that, we need something tall. We need something nice and tall, and this is... and also not just tall, but it needs to stand out. And I think this meets all the criteria because we used to do it with, like, stones, but stones kind of match the parking lot, so that didn't work very well. Just use your head, use your imagination, and say that we used our level 10 welding level 10 welding skill to just weld together something that is innocuous to zombies, but obvious to us. And then we painted it red. Easy peasy. And now all we need to do is get a bomb and place it, and then get ready for the magic. The rain will not hold us back from doing this successfully. So we got a remote pipe bomb and a remote controller. We link the bomb to a remote controller, and then we place the bomb. Hang on, first we kill this guy. Now at some point, we'll have corpses everywhere where we're trying to drive because we'll bump into them or whatever. When we get to that point, then there's nothing we can do about it. But before then, we're going to need to be driving. There we go, and of course it reset the vertical axis, like it always does, but this time... And the best thing is, if this works out right, we may use this spot a second time. Because even if we kill every single zombie from the police department, we have only spawned in the first 3 floors. There are 5 floors to that place. So, we've got a bomb placed right here, dead center of that tile. And we've got a marker that we can see from a high elevation. We've got no obstructions in the area. It took us about a whole day to do all that, but it'll be a day well spent when we kill 500, 600 zombies at once. Now, that being said, we're going to run into problems if we just go like we are now. We need to, as I was saying before, we need to disassemble some of these fences. I need zombies to be able to flow in here without getting just completely blocked up. So corners are the most important parts. It will also be very great if I could drive through myself. There's a part of me that wants to just completely annihilate the whole fence and nothing but the fence. So help you God. I just had a very, 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 very stupid idea. Okay, we're gonna do a pipe bombing, but I have a very stupid idea that I kind of want to try to deploy later. And the funniest part is, I think it's gonna work. When it comes to getting zombies together in groups so that I can do lots of kills at once, come up with many, many high effort solutions. This is one of my higher effort solutions. I was about to say that I have a lower effort solution, but no, it probably would be not quite as low effort as it could be. Yeah, I'm thinking about it, and I'll get back to you guys on that. I do have an idea. I don't even want to say it out loud yet, because it's just that good, and it's either going to be amazing or it's going to not actually do anything. This cop is carrying around a photograph of a crime scene. Interesting. I guess there are some cops that just really like what they do. Maybe a little too much. Never worked with them myself, that I can tell. If I have, then they put a pretty tight lid on it. Most of the state and local boys that I've worked with are very one and done. Very quick interactions. And also, when they call my team, they usually get a notification saying that you're not supposed to discuss operational stuff with us, but sometimes they completely ignore that and actually call me and be like, hey, you'd never believe I just did so and so and so, and I'm like, dude, I don't care. I don't care, man. I don't care. What can I help you with? I have not actually said I don't care. That is not a customer service thing to say, but I have said I have kind of done the what can I help you with, sir, with a little bit of gusto, to get them to stop their the yap. There's definitely some LEOs who take their particular thing a little seriously. Roll crazy, perhaps. We got our water. Do we need food? We got a granola bar. This little common area down here probably does not have vending machines. Is this Section 8 housing? I don't think it is. I don't think Section 8 very often has multi-bedroom units. I live in a low-income housing environment known by the government nickname of Section 8. Me and my allies control certain sectors of this area. I need to memorize that whole quick copy pasta. It's essential to me, to my brain meat. Alright, we are absolutely going to go ahead and dismantle the rest of this fence. I was mulling it over. I was mulling options. We're doing it. And it's going to suck because wearing the mask means... or welding mask, rather. If we wear the welding mask, we cannot... put the stink mask on. I really wish we could do this with bolt cutters. Okay, maybe not the whole fence. I'm going to start from this side and I'm going to observe it. See, after a certain point, they're a lot less likely to accidentally get stuck on it. No bushes over here. No bushes over here. Gusta. Okay. I would like to be able to drive through this side. That's going to be a big bit of an ask. I think... Sometimes just rotating the corpses is enough to get them out of the way for your purposes. So this one has a shotgun, and I never would have noticed. We keep seeing cops with keys to a residence, and I keep wondering that there's no way that means the police department, right? Alright, we rotate this one. I do probably got to go after this bombing activity, so we're probably not going to be able to do more than this bombing activity here. That is a consequence of starting my stream later in the day today. I think we still came out alright. My viewership, I actually have enough people who will just watch my stuff without YouTube directly recommending it. And I appreciate you guys, definitely. So I don't have to necessarily be at the whims of YouTube's algorithm all the time now. Yeah, if we just move this guy, we've got 3 clean tiles to drive over. So we can do a little circle here. Works for me. Now for this particular part, I do want to make a couple of strategic holes in this fence, but we're just going to use the sledge because we do not have time to be welding right now. Now, I really wish I'd be able to sneak up and do one of those corners up there. I don't see that happening. It was this fence right here. This fence right here, I threw a Molotov at with Annie, and I stood there and watched them burn, and I enjoyed every second of it. I think we have partially passed our ability to do that here because this building right here that would have spilled all the zombies has already been spilled and the zombies have moved away. Not to say that we could not lead a merry chase of people to arrive in this area. I was trying to see if I could grab that Jorgensen and Sons van, but that would take a little bit of finesse, and it's bedtime. What? Oh, phew. I'll do well to remember that I did not actually take out that corner in its entirety. Now, on the flip side, I suppose there's another thing I could do that I didn't even think of until this very moment. We could use a generator for a bombing. You can use a generator for a bombing multiple times. That is absolutely an option. But that's as far as I'm going to go with that sentence. I do not know if I will actually do that or not. I would just say that all options are being considered. You know, I mean, that technically speaking, that's kind of what I've already done. So I mean, technically all the ammo that I have is split across 3 step vans that are already there. I just have not moved those vans out of Jericho because right now they're basically filled to the brim and they're overflowing. So I've got this ambulance right here with all of the cartons of stuff that I'm more-ish likely to use, some more likely than others.
Some of it I brought back, but this ambulance has most of the stuff. This ambulance is basically an expedition vehicle. That's kind of what you described there. But I do not have multiple expedition vehicles in this playthrough. On Annie, we had a couple, but we kind of started falling off from using most of them. Like, we settled into a quality 100 ambulance and kind of stuck with that. It becomes an issue of, you know, if you bring a vehicle somewhere and then leave it there, how do you get back to that vehicle without, I mean, you know, leveraging a throwaway vehicle? You can leverage throwaway vehicles, but at that point, when you come back with a different vehicle, which one are you coming back with? Is it, it's things I think about sometimes. Honestly, bringing a few trucks out into the field that just have reloads in them, and then strategically positioning them so I can fall back and use them, not a bad idea at all, but actually doing it in practice requires a little bit more organization than, not even sure if I'm qualified for that. And we'll repair that overnight. For now, it is bedtime. Oh man, a tow truck car is probably one of the most popular mods out there right now. It is absolutely one of those mods that I would take in a heartbeat. Alright, we are ready to do some cooking here. 7 roast pans, what can I do with that?
These roasts are going to make us really thirsty. It's interesting how some of them do and some of them don't. I actually don't understand that. These 4 roasts, or sorry, these 3 roasts at the top make us thirsty, and this one at the bottom makes us a little thirsty. While these 3 here restore thirst. I can't make heads or tails of that. It seems almost random, but that is one of the slight downside to roasts. You don't have certain ingredients. Some ingredients actually kind of bit dehydrating. Why is it white all of a sudden? The skirt was black. So it's not just... I don't get it. It's not just dyeing clothes. Clothes just stop working right after you change something about them now. That's unfortunate. So all the skirts that I've ever picked up that I would want to shorten, maybe, useless. Can't do it. Sure, I mean, you know, if I pick them up for their color, right? If we wanted a pure white skirt, I guess now we got one. I picked that up because it was the correct color of black. Now it's not. Whatever. I'm mad about it. But at least we got food. We're just going to straight up eat one of these roasts because we are quite hungry and we need to put more calories on. That did not do anything for our calories, so... yeah, we'll see about this. Yeah, TBA on the food situation. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, guys, I think I'm actually gonna call it this morning. I wanted to do the bombing that we had gotten set up, but I can't see how many zombies I'm pulling in this weather. Yeah, no, I do have to go in the next 30 minutes or so, so I have, I'm gonna go ahead and call it for today. That's okay. We've done good things here today, surprisingly good considering I got started a bit late today. Our power level has grown. Our base is about the same. We didn't get any upgrades to the base. But despite my work on the thumbnail, we now have a slightly different look for the next one. Yeah, I know, right? Alright, so the way this is going to work is next stream at the beginning as a warm-up task, we'll do a little bit more prep work, I guess. Not just for the current bombing activity, but for other things to deal with. There's going to be a lot more than the first wave of zombies we bombed, so that's what we'll do next time. It's been a shorter one today, so I'm actually not going to bother with save backup this time. I'm going to live dangerously on the edge. Alright, folks. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace out.